Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Man, it is good to say that again. It has been a crazy week due to some insane weather. But I'm alright. The house is alright. Let me adjust this music a little bit. Yeah, hurricane, that's fun. I think it's like my probably 20th hurricane of my life. Fun nerdy fact. When I left active duty, American military, I went to something. Some countries have it, some countries don't, so bear with me. We have something called a National Guard. Every state has their own National Guard. It's kind of like you're still in the military. You just drill and train differently. But you do a lot of emergency disasters like hurricane responses. So I actually worked about 4 or 5 hurricanes down here in Florida. So, you know, I've been in the thick of it for hurricanes. Luckily in my area, I got super lucky. Other people didn't, you know, so I know they're going through some hardships. I spent a lot of my off-duty time actually helping gin up and spin up some unmanned system reconnaissance, aerial reconnaissance operations. So something I do on the side, super nerdy. But enough of that. It is awesome to see you guys. I got Scott the Bot. I got Nathan. Man, this is a great stream already. How are you guys doing? So what are we doing today? Well, as I'm sure you can see on the camera, there's a little bit of a Puma X, a little bit of a tease that may be coming soon. But what we're doing is we're getting ready for version 3 of Bolt Action. So I put in my order with Warlord Games. You know, I wanted to make sure I got my rulebook directly from them. It's taken a while. If you guys have been active in Mordian's Discord, you've seen my hilarious meme about not you, Tiki. You know what you did. You're not getting anything. But I actually got an email today. They actually sent me the rulebook. But I did get another order from them, and it includes some of these guys before they went out of stock. We have some Japanese tank crewmen because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to alarm you, but we are going to be building... It's supposed to be a paint and chat, and I lied to you like a filthy heretic. We are going to be building Chiha tanks like it's going out of style. I have not 1, not 3, but 5 tanks to build. Yeah, bonsai indeed, man. They took away my bonsai from my infantry, and so I will give them a bonsai of medium armor. If you haven't heard the list, I've been playing around with it. I talked about it on one stream. So for those of you who are familiar with the Bolt Action rules, what it's looking like is it's going to be a company involving 2 infantry platoons and 2 armored platoons. It's literally just made up of officers, Kimpatai political officers, some militia, not bamboo spear fighters, militia, they actually have rifles, and just shit tons of Chiha tanks. Well, I gotta build it first. Unfortunately, I've been extraordinarily... I was hoping to have these built, you know, so I can just paint them on stream, but you guys are actually gonna see me build them on stream, so you can make fun of my terrible building. But something that is fun is, like I said, I have 5 of these kits, 5 of the Chiha kits. 3 came in a Chiha platoon, and 1 came in each of the starting boxes I have. So the cool thing about these Chiha things, you'll notice you have tracks, you know, nothing interesting. You have your chassis, not interesting. But if you look right here, this is where you have the difference between the Type 97 Chihas and the Kai Shintos. So something cool the Japanese did, their tanks were really modular. So when they needed to upgrade their Chihas, you know, away from that light howitzer onto a more heavier anti-tank, you know, high velocity gun, what they did is they took the old turrets of the Type 97 Chihas and just slapped those on the old Type 95 Hagos. So the turrets of Japanese tanks are actually literally made to be modular, which is kind of cool. So one of the other neat things you see about these, so when you see these, a lot of people are always curious what that is. This thing that goes around the turret is actually your radio. So it's a good way to denote what your command tank is. So for Bolt Action, the command tank they offer you, the Kishi. The Kishi is very unique because it has an anti-tank gun in the hull and a medium machine gun up in the turret. but if they don't give you the options to build that, and they don't have it on the website. So the best way to denote that is with a radio antenna. And this is how we're gonna get cheeky, to use my friends across the pond's vernacular. All right, so we see this. We have our nice little Japanese tank crewman. Could be an officer, could not be. This one is plastic, and this is why I'm excited that it's in plastic, because we like Conflict 47 around these parts. So, speaking of Warlord Games, I've also the proud owner of one of these boxes, a Samurai from Warlord Games, same scale, 28mm. And so what we plan on doing with some of our plastic crewmen is we are going to be doing some kit bashing. And these will be some of the heads that we have available for offer. So here you have your bald head with a ponytail. You have a couple traditional samurai armors, including some different headpieces. Here you have some more traditional samurai helmet armor. So we're going full classic samurai style for these tank crewmen. Should be fun. Like I said, I always like my bolt action models to look a little bit different. It's one of my pieces of advice. If you're gonna play the baddies, you know, kind of know they're the baddies, but also you can theme them in kind of a fun way, and it kind of takes the punch out of them being the bad guys. Oh, a Field of Glory tournament. That sounds awesome, Scott. Yeah, so I do still play the Japanese, and what I love about building Japanese for bolt action or Conflict 47 is they're super interchangeable. Like literally, as I'm building these as Chihas, I'm keeping the Kai Shinto turrets because I can just slap on some compression guns and turn those into Kai Shintos with compression cannons, which are insanely good. And also, this will be a little bit of a longer stream. I'm going to try to start streaming for 4 hours each day. So I think, and that's Eastern time, starting from 2 to 6. So I think across the pond, it might be like 7 to 11 a.m., if my math holds. Hooray, I can math, public education, it does work. Hey, Painting Games, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, luckily when we got this house, we made sure to pick a good location for where we are. It's protected by like a lot of mangroves and swamps. So the only problem we really have some minor damage, a lot of power outage, a lot of flooded roads. That's why you have a kayak and paddleboard so you can get around. We do have a lot of gators. You know, once the water rises, the gators kind of spread out everywhere to look for new bodies of water to settle in. So we had that. That was fun. Other than that, not a lot of damage. But after the storm, both my spouse and I, we went out and we went out and helped run some small unmanned system aerial sorties, looking for post-storm reconnaissance. You know, doing damage reconnaissance on people's and government buildings. There weren't a lot of fatalities or casualties in my area, luckily, so I'm glad for that. But we were able to do a lot of post-storm reconnaissance on government buildings, so that way they know what to repair, when to repair. We're able to do some in-depth inspections on bridges and stuff, so we always like to, even though we're both veterans, even though we're not in anymore, we still like to, you know, do our due diligence to help out, you know, be good citizens. So once I was done for that, I came back and I jumped right back into work. Hey, Matthew, what's going on, buddy? An elephant gun for gator defense. So our gators, they're not the ones in China. The Chinese gators actually have a lot more scaling and armor. Ours are actually pretty soft. So the gators are sweethearts. They're swamp puppies. The crocodiles are a little mean, but they're really not that big. I mean, you don't need anything more than a 12 gauge, honestly. And 12 gauges are pretty common where we're at. I actually I can legally own firearms. I am the owner of a very delicious 12 gauge. It's actually a Chinese reproduction. It's called a PW87. It is absolutely the greatest thing in the world. I love that shotgun with every fiber of my being. Very interesting point in history. It's a lever action 12 gauge for those of you who aren't familiar with the 1887-1901 model of shotgun. Yeah, our crocs won't get that big. I think it's mostly probably due to heat, maybe, I'm not sure, but we do have more breeds of caimans. What's cool about caimans, or terrifying depending how you look at it, is they're really good swimmers. And that's how they kind of spread throughout the whole Caribbean. Hey, Mad Larkin, what's going on, buddy? We were just talking about hurricane, the aftermath of the hurricane down here in Florida. Oh, gators are absolute sweethearts. They're more worried about what you're gonna do, unless it's like a mama, you know, and unless she's like protecting her clutch of eggs, you're perfectly fine. Unless you're like a small child, but you're not obviously using a computer. What's up, Larkin? What are you up to, buddy? Hey, thanks for swinging by, Mad Larkin. I appreciate it. Yeah, back up and running. I got power, got Wi-Fi, all that fun stuff, you know. So I'm back to streaming. So yeah, all my people here in Florida are fine. Most of the people I know up in the Tennessee, North Carolina area, they're all right, but they're all up there working. So the circle I travel in are all first responders and military. So everyone I know in that area is working in a good way, you know, working to help out. So. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we were very lucky this storm. Like I said, the area we're located in is a very, very good spot geographically. We picked a very good spot to have a house, so we're lucky for most of these hurricanes. But one day we'll get ours. It'll happen. It'll be unfortunate, but it'll come. It's the nature of the beast. For those of you joining, sorry to hear the clicks. I try and mute it when I'm actually clipping out my stuff. But what we are doing is I lied and said it was a paint stream and it was false advertising. What we're doing is we are basically opening up a war factory right here in my work desk. We are building 5 Chihas. We're going to see how many Chihas we can build in 2 days. We're doing 4-hour streams for each one. So we'll see how many Chihas we can pump out. I'm thinking actually building them like all the way instead of doing you know, building all the tracks and then building all the turrets and doing all this other kind of stuff. So I'm actually going to build each one individually, I think. We do get a lot of sharks down here, actually, painting games. So cool fact. I won't say how far it is, but it's relatively close. There's a beach close by. There's a lot of beaches. But there's a beach close by to me that's actually the best place in the entire world to collect shark teeth or fossils. It has to do with the circuit. Even I don't know that much about oceanography. So, I had to get something to do with the way the tides are, what have you. But you can go out there and literally just kind of comb the sand haphazardly, and you'll come away with like giant like shark teeth. And when you go scuba diving further out, you can actually pull out legit megalodon teeth. I think recently a buddy of mine just pulled out a mammoth tusk fossil. So, yeah, this is definitely a lot of. Last time I took some of my drone operators out on the water to go check out a shipwreck. We actually had to cancel ops because we got a couple shark sightings, so I had to pull all my personnel out of the water. Yeah, a lot of sharks in this area. But yes, Mad Larkin, you heard me right. I'm busting open my Chiha Platoon box. I'm taking the Chiha out of my Bonsai starter box, and I'm taking the Chiha out of my Island Assault starter box. So that gives me 5 additional Chihas on top of the one I already have. I'm still short 2 Chihas. I want to be able to field 8. So I still have some. You just have to have a fishing license. That's really it, man. If you want to do scuba diving, you gotta be scuba certified. So one thing I can tell you, Scott the Bot, if you're interested, what I want to do is we actually have a state-funded safari. So our Fish and Wildlife will actually pay you, or they'll pay the winner, if you go spearfishing for lionfish. So lionfish, as you probably know, are super dangerous. They're very venomous. They will kill you. They taste delicious. Lionfish nuggets, chef's kiss, are amazing. A little gamey, but they're good. But every year they do a lionfish safari where they get divers from all over the world to come, and there's no tag limit, so you can bag as many as you want because they're an invasive species. And whoever wins gets a prize from the state Fish and Wildlife Department. We have a lot of dangerous invasive animals here you can hunt without tag limits, like iguanas down south. We don't have squirrels, we have iguanas. Gators, that's totally different. You have to do a special permit for that. But boa constrictors, monitor lizards, boar. There's good hunting in Florida, and it's dangerous too. That's the fun part. You should, man. So what I say about Florida, and I've only been in Australia once, so that was part of a military thing, so I didn't really get to see very much there. But from what I can tell, Florida is like Australia on easy mode. You know, you can't just like casually walk around here. You have to know like a little bit to not like die. But it's not super dangerous either. You just can't be absent-minded. You know. Like, we had some out-of-staters camping in about Central to North Florida, and what they didn't know about bear bags. You know, anything that has food in it, or has food scent, or if anything like that, you spill food on your clothes, anything like that, you put in a bear bag and you hang up in a tree. Now, you do that other places in the country, but no one thinks about doing it in Florida. What they don't know is black bears are actually native to Florida. Smaller black bears that absolutely love climbing up and down trees. Yeah, surprise the hell out of those people. I've hunted a little bit, not a whole lot. Like I said, I haven't taken boar here in Florida. I took boar in my native state of Texas. I have taken a lot of iguanas here. I actually used a kayak and I used a bow fishing bow. I don't like the whole pellet gun thing, because I don't want it to look like a gun and someone call the cops. I don't want to hit someone's house. Like, there's a whole bunch of things. But a bow fishing bow, they're really hard to use. But if you actually hit them, you know, it's super easy to drag them back up onto the kayak. And I bagged a couple iguanas that way. I tried making iguana tacos and made me sick. I don't think I cooked the meat right. wasn't that big of a fan. But, you know, it's an invasive species, so I'm happy to do my part. The other cool things, we have a lot of other just native wildlife that are pretty cool. Like, a good example, we have a lot of snakes. Like I said, I hate water moccasins. You know, I've killed a couple of those down here in Florida. Those are kill inside. I hate those things. But we also have a lot of, like, black racer snakes, which are absolute sweethearts and great at pest control. So you see one of those in your yard, man, you just let him have whatever he wants. Like, you do you, buddy. You go eat something. But yeah, is anybody else gearing up for some 3rd edition bolt action? Ah, I see. Mad Larkin's being reasonable, taking the rational approach. Bold move, sir. Yeah, it's been a lot of time out in the deserts, particularly like around the West Desert. I mean, not West Desert, Jesus. West Texas, New Mexico area. Rattlers never really bothered me. Like I said, snakes never really bothered me. You can generally hear and see them before you sneak up on them, usually. Except when they hide, like, in the wood pile or stuff like that. So, like, a timber rattlers are kind of pain in the ass. Except for water moccasins. God, I hate water moccasins. Or cottonmouth, whatever you want to call them. Water moccasins are the bane of existence to people who, like, work on rivers and stuff like that. They'll float these little viper pits, and they'll hide on logs, and when they hear something in the water, they all just scatter in, like, 20 different directions. Or they'll drop down from the trees. God, I hate water moccasins. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be a great starter set. Yeah. Grab that if you can, man. That'll be awesome. Oh, Jackson. Ooh. Ooh. Didn't hear fun things about that place. Lord knows I spent enough time at Linwood. Oh, God. I kept them to go back to that terrible place. I'll never forget my first real FTX, though. I was in college. I was a young cadet, technically a midshipman, but, you know, funny story that way. But I was attached to, let's see, the 69th Fighting Infantry, Mechanized Infantry, Bravo Company. And we did an FTX out at Fort Drum. And we went in spring break. I thought it was going to be like, I'm from Texas, and I'm like, oh, how cool could it still be in spring? My God. I almost got hypothermia and trench foot in the same week. Absolutely not enjoyable. Hard pass, do not recommend. I think Fort Drum is where I learned to hate the cold and hate the snow. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Absolutely did not enjoy it. Zero fun was had in Fort Drum. Yep, Fort Lost in the Woods. Yeah, he knows. I had to go there for lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of law enforcement training. SRT, investigator, all the stupid stuff. Oh, God. Oh, God, Matt Larkin. Oh, God, say it ain't so. Oh, that's gonna be rough, buddy. Oof. I had my basic and my version of AIT called Tech School. Mine was at the same duty location. I thought that was bad. No, luckily my first duty station was overseas, so I got away from that. Oh, God. Ooh. Better man than me, Lark. But I'm excited to build these Shihas. Like I said, I think I'm gonna keep the traditional style with just the housers. So we're gonna go with that. Hold on, there's a Cinnabon Day? Is that like a local holiday or a local tradition? Oh my God. Sorry, Scott, I just saw your comment. Oh. See, yeah, I've never messed with snakes in Africa. I think the only place in Africa, like proper Africa, because I don't think you count like North Africa as Africa. I don't know. I spent a little time in Djibouti. Wasn't a fan, but luckily no snakes there. Just really, really angry locals. Scott, you sound like you had a way more interesting life than me, man. You sound extremely well-traveled. Good on you. That's legit. I didn't know that was a thing in Sweden, but I do now. That's awesome, man. Oh, for those of you who did look at the post, and for those of you who voted, man, I appreciate that. I didn't think anyone would vote, honestly. But they did. You put a poll and people will vote, I guess. I haven't looked at it recently, but last I looked at it, I think the northern flank is the winning video, so that'll be the next lore video that comes out. It's been too long since I've done like a long form lore video. I need to finish this up. So anyone who hasn't put together one of Warlord's Chiha kits, man, they're super easy. The treads, like any other tank, can be a pain, especially if you're like, you know, crazy about how the treads have to line up. Me personally, I don't really care. No one's looking that low on my tank to see if the treads match up. If they do, then I don't know. Like, I don't know what you want, man. Some of the taller tanks, you know, I think like maybe like a KV2 or like a Tiger or a Panther, I get it. But on these Chiha, man, these things are like Tonka toy size. You're not even gonna see that. If you do hear a sound in the background, I try and mute everything when I stream, but if you do hear anything, it's just my coffee pot going off in the background. I actually have a new work schedule, so I'm trying to adjust my hours. So I am armed with my co-pilot, the coffee pot. The coffee pot is good, the coffee pot is great. It's funny, I was actually watching a video, there's no politics involved in this, but it's about a lot of the volunteers who are helping out in Eastern Tennessee. You know, flying sorties with their own rotary wing aircraft, their own helicopters and planes, dropping off supplies. A lot of them are actually veterans, and you can tell their mannerisms. But when it showed their command center on how they like get in their intel, how they do triage and all this other kind of stuff, you know, their boards on who's flying what asset, you know, ranges and maps, you can see central in their room is like 2 coffee pots going. I'm like, yes, the most important machine in any type of command center is the coffee pot. So my Warhammer 40k fans, I haven't looked too far into it. Are the rumors true? Was there were there some guard units removed? I'm never sure if it's just like people saying it, if they really go legends, or if it's just like temporarily taken off the website. It's hard to see what's legit without like combing the website myself. As far as the music, this may or may not be the last stream with this music. I like it, but I'm actually working using a Suno to make like my own actual background music for streaming. So it's the same program I use to make my AI songs that you guys probably hear. All I'm doing right now is just cleaning up these treads a little bit. Yeah, you're like, that's what I heard in G7, I'm not sure, yeah. Yeah, same here. I saw part of that stream. Yeah, it's one of those things. Like I don't know what goes into running a model company or a rules company, whatever they call themselves. I'm not sure what all goes into it. I want to say I'm sure they have their rhymes and reasons, but even then, I'm like, I don't know. That's one thing I do like. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm still waiting on my book to get here. I did pay to get the Warlord app. So far, I like it. It looks like it's a lot to kind of play with to make a unit. It's a lot to mess with. But I have nothing negative to report for Warlord's app. But I'm waiting for their book to come in. Oh no, not the regimental advisors. Oh man. I love my officers of the fleet. Again, I always talk about the olden days. You know, back in 7th, you could take a shit ton of officers of the fleet, and they had a really cool rule where if you had an aircraft that was like within a certain distance of them and they were attacking the ground, I think they got like a like either plus or like 1 off their BS, or they got to re-roll 1s. It was something crazy. So I used to just position my officers of the fleet all over the board. You know, and I had to build a lot of them because I wasn't going to buy a whole bunch of those metal units. So I just started building mine to look almost more like JTACs or TACPs, if you're familiar with that acronym, or like a forward air observer. So, you know, they always had, like, instead of being like a naval officer in a greatcoat with a pistol, they just looked like kind of guardsmen, you know, but they had radios and a pistol and like smoke grenades and stuff. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I think I ran with like 3 or 4 of those guys. I don't think that's a problem anymore. So back in the day, when I played, I had a local friendly Warhammer store, which in my area was insane that I had one relatively close by. I was like, that's a weird area to build a store, but okay, whatever. Owner was super cool. We had a Facebook group. We'd meet up for games, and it was always a good time. Even in 7th, it was a good time. It seems like people who played at the Warhammer store was cool. The hyper competitive people who ran like Death Stars, like if you remember 7th, you remember how the Space Wolves and Grey Knights were, right? And the Thousand Suns. Oh sweet Jesus. They played at the other local friendly gaming store that wasn't a GW store. So since we played at the GW store, GW terrain, we always had to like try and make sure. I think the rule was the manager was chill, but your model had to at least be like 75% GW parts, and that was it, just GW parts. So when you kit bash, you just bought a bunch of, you know, Age of Sigmar or old Warhammer stuff and just kind of kit bash that way. But after the outbreak, I hear a lot of Warhammer stores aren't letting you play like full-size matches in store anymore. It's just for like shorter, smaller demo games. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I don't want to spread bad rumors. But if that's true, then you don't really have to worry about proxying your models anymore, I guess. Unless you go to, I guess, GW tournaments. Hey, Baron, what's going on? Hey, man, thanks for checking in. Yeah, I'm fine. We got lucky. Like I said, no serious damage to the house. Just a lot of flooded roads. So we're kind of like trapped for a little while, but you know, we're two veterans, so we're perfectly fine with it. So we had plenty of supplies. We were the lucky ones. But thanks for checking in, buddy. Glad you're in on the stream, and I'm glad you're worried about me. I mean, I'm good. I appreciate it. Some people had it way worse than me. They're still recovering. Yeah, Wargame Atlantic. I don't know if I sent the picture out, but I actually got in my box of Wargame Atlantic werewolves, and I got my Nujabes heads from Anvil Miniatures. So I'm excited to build my my Warriors of Anubis for my Cold and Imhotep army. Imhotep. Those will be fun to build. And Warlord Games, being the awesome people they are, if anyone's ever ordered directly from them, so I know in the US it can be expensive with shipping. Like if you're gonna spend, you think at least $80, I would recommend buying from Warlord Games. I know it's a steep price. $80, you get free shipping, you know. And this is my first time ordering from them directly, and sure enough, like everybody else, I can't say it happens all the time, but it happened to me. They threw in a free sprue, and I think I got Fallschirmjägers. Yeah, I got a full sprue of Fallschirmjägers, like shit tons of machine guns, all sorts of great like ammo belts that go around the neck, all sorts of cool bits. And I can't wait to use those bits on my werewolf models from Wargame Atlantic to kind of make them look less like fantasy werewolf and more like World War II werewolf, you know? Like a little like crooked peak cap on one of them, you know, maybe. Because I'm going to build some as my Anubis ones and some just as generic Shrek Wolfen so that anybody can use them in their armies. Funny you mentioned that. I don't know if you've ever seen these guys. Here, hold on. I'll show you painting games. Here we go, it's good to have a template. Well, the reason why I call my guys the Tiki Terrors is my Shiobi, my Japanese zombies, actually made mine look more like this. Kind of like Islander zombies, so you can see their grass skirts. And they actually have 28mm Tiki masks. I'll leave those guys out just for fun. Hell yeah, yeah. So the Shrek, I mean the Noctjägers, the vampires look absolutely gnarly. I have a couple, I would say safe for work succubus models. They are fully clothed. They also have lots of charm and wit, but they have big wing spreads, so they're gonna work for my Noctjägers. Yeah, I keep seeing on Etsy someone does a Imperial Japanese themed Krieg army for 40k with models. They look so damn cool. It is such a bizarre but perfect combo that I've never seen before. It looks awesome. Like the samurai armor and the gas mask are just such like an awesome combo. It looks like something almost out of like Sucker Punch. Yes, I heard it. I heard it when I said it. I was like, yeah, big wing spreads. Yeah. But I did say they also had charm and wit, so you know. So it is a little bit of false advertising. You guys can see the German Puma. It has the sure field projector on it, so it's a Conflict 47 model. I'm actually not going to build that. I got that, and I'm glad I got it because I got it at a good price. But it is going towards one of my it's actually going towards one of my prizes. So for my big tournament coming up next year, Clash of the Caribbean. One of the prizes is going to be a German X-Puma and at least one box of Fallschirmjägers, maybe something more. I'm collecting prizes as I go, so this is actually part of one of the prizes. So the good thing about these kits, you know, I keep poking it like meh. So the good thing about these kits is they come with the normal gun on top of actually coming with a Conflict 47 Rift Tech weapon. So with this box of like Fallschirmjägers and this armored car, you can run it as either regular bolt action or Weird War. Wait, you can't run 2 mouse tanks? Is it a question of points? I haven't taken a look at armored platoons for the Huns. But I thought they could take super heavies. It's just a question of how many super heavies they could take. Are there no mouses? No mice, I guess? So you can tell right here, this is a, you can tell it's a Chiha by the turret shape. It has the light howitzer gun, and more importantly, this one has the radio antenna. So this will definitely be one of my command vehicles. So the next ones I build, I'm probably going to cut the head off the plastic model and probably use some of my samurai helmets. What? Oh, it's Poppycock. Not you going to breakfast. No, please enjoy your breakfast. Enjoy your cinnamon roll. Happy Swedish cinnamon roll day. But no, that's crazy. It won't let you put a mouse as one of your selectable units. I guess you have to wait for the army book to drop. I think that's when they'll include that, maybe. I mean, I think everyone's excited to run a mouse or two. I'd take on a double mouse army. That sounds like a lot of fun. Alright, now I built one of these before, so I should be able to build it again. I do have the instructions for me. I'm not memorizing it, I promise. I'm not sure if you got a chance to look at it. Check out Scholar Virginia's video. I loved his partisan army. It was like 2 trucks and like 3 cars. It was like a full Mad Max list. It was hilarious. yeah, these zombies I think came out pretty well. They are, and again, I enjoy tabletop wargaming. I usually don't go like super crazy and buy like, I buy models when they're on sale, or I try and get like more, I guess, like economical options. I think the Conflict 47 zombies are way too expensive, especially for what they look like. I wanted to have a unique like Tiki theme to it, you know, so these guys came out perfect. But these are Mantic, what is it? Kings of War? Yeah, Mantic King of War zombies. If you're gonna build zombies, you know, either the Toten Core for the Germans or for the Japanese, just use those and just put on bits to make them look like one of the others, like helmets or some other stuff, you know. I think you'll be a lot happier that way. Not that I'm not a fan of Warlord games. Everybody knows I like them. I like their models. Some of their models just, I think, a little unnecessary. Now I'm definitely not getting my rulebook. Yeah, for those of you who have been invested in my meme I keep sending about how, you know, they're like, your order's on the way except for you, Tiki, you know what you did. I posted that one more time in Mordian's chat in a stream Discord. And I think I forget there's people who actually work at Games Workshop, not Games Workshop, Warlord Games there. So, because I ordered the rulebook and some other stuff on the 20th of September. Then I ordered some dice and something else on the 24th of September. My second order got in. I was still waiting for the first order, so I was like, oh, okay, I was joking around, I was like, oh, they must be mad at me or something. And I put that joke into stream, like, literally 30 minutes later, I got an email, it's like, your order's on the way, and I was like, ah, shit, now I feel bad. I was like, I was just joking. But I am glad I'm finally getting my rulebook on the way. Yeah, I'd love to see some more super heavies on the table. So for what I heard from the rulebook, again, I don't have it on me yet. What I heard and what I'm excited about is they put in like a lot of stuff in there for special rules for special games. Like, you know, frostbite rules, snow rules, mud rules, tropical storm rules, or like monsoon rules. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of stuff I love. I think it's because I do tabletop wargaming and I also do tabletop RPGs. You know, so I think that's definitely appealing to me. Like that won me over. Maybe it doesn't win everybody over, but I love stuff like that. You know, you don't have to include it, but it kind of gives you the bones to make some cool stuff. It reminds me of, I guess maybe some older gamers. If you remember, like, playing some of the older RTSs, and you go into, like, mission editor. You know, it could be an Arma game, could be, like, old school StarCraft, doesn't matter. But you go to, like, mission editor, and you can start, like, creating all your own stuff, and it gives you, like, the bones to kind of do whatever you want. I love stuff like that. Nice. Well, you know, I said, that makes sense, Matthew. If you have any questions on books until you order your conflict books, let me know. I'm happy to share information from my books. I won't, like, share them directly, you know, but if you have any questions about the books, definitely let me know. You can find them on Amazon cheaper. However, if you order the conflict books from Warlord, you do get that special model that comes with each one. I think the first book comes with Captain Slammer Samuels. He's basically the Conflict 47 version of Strachan. The second book comes with a really cool ghost unit, ghost attack squad. Guy's actually phasing through a wall. And I think the third book comes with, I can't remember what unit the third book comes with. Oh, I think it comes with a Better Sayere in heavy Galahad armor, but I'm not sure. But each of the books comes with a special unit. Yeah, you're not wrong, Nathan. I miss games with good mission editors. I can lose myself in that. I think that's why Arma 3 probably has the most hours of any Steam game I have. Yeah, it's probably Arma 3. Tell you, Nathan, one of these days, man, one of these days you're gonna try the Bureau and you're gonna realize, like, oh, what a great game. Has nothing to do with XCOM, but what a great game. Yeah, dude, those were the Ghost Attack Squads. They're absolutely epic. I can't imagine fighting them like in a jungle or trying to do like building clearing with those guys. They're like, hey, the building's secure. They just kind of like walk through the wall or just climb up through the ceiling like some kind of ghost. Obviously in the name. Yeah, they can either take SMGs or their little compression guns. Compression guns really aren't that good. It's hard. The rules for them are weird. It's kind of like the best way to think about the compression guns that the compression rifles that the infantry have. Think about how a shotgun should work realistically on a tabletop. So it's kind of like you have like slug ammo and like number 4 buck. Well, hold on. I think did you try that one XCOM game, Nathan? The one that was like crime fighter friends. You know, it was weird. It had like it was almost like a weird like Rainbow Six kind of thing, but it had like really kind of comic book graphics, and it had like the weird snake lady. It was like part of the good guys. I don't know. I looked at it and it just confused the shit out of me, so I just moved on. Speaking of which, during the hurricane, I lost power, but I have a lot of like solar panels and power banks and stuff like that. So I was able to get some gaming in. Yeah, Chimera Squad, that's what it is, yeah. So I was able to get some gaming in. Obviously, no internet, so I played a bunch of old school games. I played through all of Rainbow Six Vegas and Vegas 2. I forgot how good real Rainbow Six was. I went back and played like Raven Shield and stuff like that. I miss old school Rainbow Six. Those were good times. Alright, now for the part where everyone's gonna freak out and be like, oh my god, they're not even touching. Time to put these treads on sloppy like. So I will tell you a shitty modeler secret. So if you look at my tank over here, if you ever get the treads that don't match up, what I like to do is I take, what is that, like Sterling Battlemire or Sterling Mud. Particularly Battlemire's better if you can find it. And, you know, I make sure to muddy it, because these are, you know, tropical tanks, you know, I figure they're in the mud. So I mud up my treads and I mud up the bottom of the tank. And that covers the little gap you have right there. You just fill it full of mud. If your treads don't completely line up, you can just cover it with mud. Ooh, man, I haven't heard Abe's Odyssey in a while. I actually got the idea. What they reminded me from is Zelda Ocarina of Time. You remember those like weird zombies in the graveyard? That's what I tried to go with. The Tiki masks, they're not 3D printed. They're not from me. I'm not that good. They're actually from Frostgrave Ghost Archipelago. Or Archipelago, sorry, Ghost Archipelago. Archipelago, no, yeah, that's right, Ghost Archipelago. Tribals. It's a good box. Hey, what's going on, man? I don't know if anybody else agrees, but yes, those zombies. Yeah, the so many jokes I can make right now with like modern celebrities, but look at me not making a modern day celebrity joke when you said zombies that are humping you. Look at me. I am the perfect gentleman. I'm containing myself. Trying to be appropriate. Damn you, and it's hard. Oh. Yeah, that was a hurricane for me. You know, we lost power, so lots of grilling. You know, we always keep meat in the deep freeze just for that, so lots of grilling, stuff like that. And I watched a lot of Archer. Luckily, I found some of you guys are gonna kick out of this if you know what I'm talking about. I found my deployment hard drive, the one I could show my wife, and that has a lot of like Archer seasons on it and some other stuff. So I was sitting there watching my oh, I'm not on a high horse, I'm just trying to behave. See how long it lasts. But yeah, I love Archer. Archer's probably one of my favorite shows. I can watch that all the time. Oh, you're on a road trip, man? That's awesome. Wherever you're driving, I hope it's safe. I like road trips, but only at night. I'm one of those weird people. I like to like sleep and explore the town during the day and drive at night. It makes driving cross country a lot easier in my experience. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could quote Archer all day long, Matthew. It's my favorite. Have you ever spent time stuck on a post with somebody or stuck in a Humvee for a long time? You know, you basically develop your own language out of like quotable movies and shows. You have to watch the movies to get the jokes, so you have to like understand the lingo. Yeah, Archer is definitely in my quotable pile. Which is funny because if you guys don't know, there's just an awesome show out there called, you can find it on YouTube. You can find the whole thing on YouTube in both Turkish and English, ironically, called Tales of the Golden Monkey. If you like Indiana Jones and pulp stuff, go and watch that show on YouTube. Absolutely amazing. It was made like back in the 80s. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. If you like that pulp style. If you're familiar with Archer, the Danger Island season was actually directly ripped from that. It's a parody of that, which is pretty funny. Alright, we have one tank tread just about done. Once we get the other one done, let's start going faster. So for these just joining us, what we are doing is we are building. It's basically like Command and Conquer when you build your war factory and you're about to get, you know, rushed with infantry. So you're like, oh man, I'm about to about to mass produce tanks. That's what we're doing. So this is my this is the Chiha I already have made. We're about to make 5. Is it 5? Yeah, 5 more Chihas. There we go. Soundtrack. Yeah, I still have my playlist that I listened to a lot of when I was deployed. Some songs definitely hit just right. I'll never forget, we had one Map V, which is kind of like a it's kind of like an MRAP, but a little bit shorter, great patrol vehicle. But we had one that actually had a working PA system before they disabled it, because obviously we didn't use it for what it's supposed to be. So as an area supervisor, it's kind of like wrestling. You know, you have like your entry music. So as a supervisor, when they come through, you don't want them to know like who it is, you know, so they know to like, you know, hide some stuff but not all the stuff, you know. It's not like a flight chief or someone important's coming, you know, our commander. So everybody, we would just play music from like our Humvees, and everybody had like their own theme songs. And one of my favorite war movies of all times, if you've ever seen Three Kings, which is funny because Three Kings is a retelling of Kelly's Heroes, and I also love Kelly's Heroes. If you've ever seen Three Kings, the part where he's like, round, round, get around, I get around by Beach Boys, that was my favorite song. So if you were driven around, deployed, you know, blaring I Get Around by the Beach Boys, amazing. Which is funny, rode a lot in helicopters, and I'll never forget, the Air Force, we have HH-60s. They're super fast. And one of the crew chiefs had a rule. He literally had like a sticker saying, you know, sit down, strap in, don't touch anything. It's the same one everybody has. He has another sticker that says the following songs are forbidden. There was what was it? No Fortunate Son, and I forget the other. Oh, No Fortunate Son and No Wagner. Those are the 2 songs that were banned. You know, Flight of the Valkyrie, for those of you who don't know. When you said your soundtrack to Iraq, a buddy of mine made me laugh because he literally had a helicopter soundtrack that he always listened to. Oh man, it cracks me up. You gotta have your fun where you can when you're deployed. Sucking you RTS flashbacks. Oh, dude, so I like a good RTS. Don't get me wrong. I grew up on them. You know, especially like original Warcraft. Oh man, the sound effect from original Warcraft will get me, man. I love that. But I love real-time tactics games. I think I like RTTs better than RTSs. So without being like a bougie guy, or like, what's the difference? Like, if you ever played, oh man, off the top of my head, like Wargame Red Dragon or World in Conflict. Those were more real-time tactics games. I love those. Real-time strategy, they're not bad, just the resource gathering and all that kind of stuff always just kind of gets old and annoying to me, you know? Or like building bases, eh. Alright, we are almost done with the hard part of the Chiha. Once we do this, we'll move on to the body. I was thinking about building them like piecemeal, you know, like building all the treads, then building all the chassis, then building all the turrets. But that sounds boring as shit. Effective, but boring as shit. So we're actually going to build them one at a time. Oh, Stronghold where it's at, man. Oh, yeah. If only you could put the Jester in the stockade. That bastard. Some of my favorite RTSs were definitely the Dunes. Cut my teeth on Dune 2 like a lot of people. Dune 2000 was good. Emperor was really good. Emperor had weird graphics, but the gameplay was great. What made Emperor cool over all the other Dune games is you got to pick your allies. So you know how like usually, and it's in the books, that's fine. Usually the Sardaukar are like aligned with the Emperor and House Harkonnen or House Harkonnen, however you want to pronounce it. In this one, you got to pick who your like sub factions were. So that was cool. Like you could pick the Navigators or the Sardaukars or all sorts of stuff. If anyone remembers it, something I really want to do, and I know people like Nathan have great experience, you know, not to call you out, but your videos are great, man. Your editing is top notch. Something I want to do is I want to do kind of the campaign briefing screens from old school Warcraft. You know, where it was like the two orcs sitting at the table, you know, or like it was the wizard and the warrior sitting at the table, and someone was like eating a chicken leg. Like, I'd love to see something like that, very sprite-based, and I think I want to do something like that for my intros for, like, my my tactic videos, when I cover how to actually play Conflict 47. That's one of the things, you can probably see it, you know, with my love of Metal Gear Slug. You can see all my sprites on the screen. I don't know, maybe it's just the old person in me being a video game hipster, I guess, but I love sprites, man. I think sprites just tell an interesting story that I think modern graphics have trouble doing, you know? Sound like a hipster describing like a vinyl record. You should, man. That directly ripped off. You actually heard GW talking about it when I was hiding out in their employee bathroom. You know, they were actually talking about that, and you should totally sue. Also in fun news, for those of you in the know, I've been talking to a good buddy of mine named Beardo, and some of the other boys and girls in the Quiet Order gang, and we're hoping to get another podcast episode out here pretty soon. We've all been busy in different parts of our lives. We're trying to get back together again and put something out. If you're listen to the podcast, I think they're pretty funny. It's a funny group of people. Alright, 2 treads done. Oof. There we go. go. 2 treads. Very nice. So, if you guys are just joining us, something we'll cover with these Warlord kits. The Chiha kits I'm super a fan of because you get the ability to build both a classic Chiha and also you get the bigger body to build the Kaishinto, which is pretty sweet. Funny you say that. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't seen them, I think we have like 8 of them recorded. I'm typically the non-40k guy who asks all the 40k questions and generally just piss Laughing Block and a few other people off by asking questions about 40k lore. I think one of them we were talking about Horus Heresy, and I was like, was it really that big of a deal? It just seems kind of like more of a misunderstanding, you know? I think one of the last big debates we had were I was asking if Space Marines are even human anymore. Like, aren't they technically almost like Xenos or a mutant? When the Inquisition have a problem with that, it just led to this whole like spiral. Right? I think it was all just a big misunderstanding, you know? Or kept debating what's so bad about the Gene Stealer cult, you know? The tech priests, you know, they want to have 4 arms or 6 arms, and that's okay, but oh no, a miner has 3 arms or 4 arms, and suddenly everybody loses their mind, you know? Yeah, it's like the try to name it. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name. What is it? It's like the Badab troubles. You know, it's like, yeah, it's just a minor disagreement on how to in the area of Badab. A couple people had an argument about it. No big deal. I've never read all the Horus Heresy books, by the way, but I have read a lot of the books in the Badab War now, and that is phenomenal. That is some classic 40k carnage. Obviously, I'm a Red Corsair fan, but still. Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions on the podcast, you know, and they're always good discussions to have. We're trying to say how to be a good tabletop player. It doesn't matter if you're doing like D&D or, you know, 40k or anything. Like, what's kind of like the social contract understanding, you know, which is good because I feel like a lot of us come from just different backgrounds, so I feel like we approach the conversation well. Oh god, yeah, man. Oh, the Mantis Warriors, they were cool. yeah, it was not cool. But I said it's I don't know. I like the Badab War, because to me there were no bad guys. I know it's a controversial thing to say. Obviously, I'm a Red Corsair fan, so I'm biased as shit. But it was a question of loyalty. You know, they had fought back and kept things on. They had held their side of the maelstrom, right? And it just became like a question of loyalty. Like, why are we fighting the way we're fighting? Why can't I fight the way I want to fight? Why can I only have 1,000 people? I need more. You know, all the other chapters aren't protecting a fucking maelstrom. You know, like, why can't I have the stuff I need to protect the Imperium? Why do I have to follow your rules? It's almost like a mini little Horus Heresy, but it's super interesting. If you haven't read up on that, if you're a 40k fan, you haven't read up on that. He even had his own version of the Imperial Guard. I think they're called the Astral. Can't think of what they're called. It wasn't Astral Legion. It was something Legion. They were like his hand-picked Imperial Guard. Old Love Turon. They were super cool. Man, I can't think of what they're called now. But they had a super cool emblem and everything. Really good reads. That's why they're the only Warhammer 40k models I have are my my Red Corsair, my kill team, my Chaos Space Marine Legionnaire kill team. They were fun to build. They're more like Renegade Marines than like Corrupted Marines, so they have all sorts of like extra gear everywhere. They were a lot of fun. Yeah, like pay taxes. It's like that Bugs Bunny meme. No. But so the lore for the little guys I built is they were former. I tried to find a good chapter of Space Marines that I think would be cool for like, you know, ship-to-ship combat and stuff like that. There's a lot of good choices out there. There really are. But a lot of them are fanatically loyal. Or I said I wouldn't mind to be Firstborn because I don't like the new Primaris Marines. So I ended up going with Marines Errant as their former chapter, which is kind of cool. Another little lesser known Space Marine chapter out there, but super cool. So there's obviously an instruction booklet, so you don't have to memorize the stuff. But the smaller turret, you can tell that big ass one, that's the Kai Shinto turret. The smaller one's for the Chiha. And then for this thing over here, the bigger body is the Kai Shinto. You can tell because you won't have vents on the side. And the smaller body is for the Chiha. So again, these Chihas, you can see what a built one looks like. They look like they would be light tanks. To most people, they are light tanks, but to the Japanese, they're the Imperial Japanese. Sorry, they're the medium tanks. So they still have 8 armor. Like they're nothing to sneeze at, and they're rolling around with a howitzer. And unlike the historically, unlike the Hago, which Hago is a smaller tank and it's crewed by 3 people. You had the driver, you had the bow gunner who worked the front machine gun and the radio if it had one. And then you had the tank commander who was also the gunner, and he's the only guy in the turret, and he had a gun at the front and a machine gun out the back. So those have one-man turret rules. So Chiha doesn't have that. So I haven't read the rules for 3rd edition yet, but you literally have a hull mounted or a bow mount. You can call it hull or bow mounted machine gun, whatever your preference is. I generally prefer a hull. So you have a hull mounted mini machine gun, a rear turret mounted mini machine gun, and you have the howitzer in the front. So not bad. Vehicle machine gun rules took a hit so it's nowhere near as effective as it was in 2nd edition. Like, you run one of these bad boys, you have 8 up armored dual medium machine guns, you could do some damage. I never even used the howitzer that much, actually. Or the AT gun. Because I randomized the Kite Shinto. I will run the howitzers, though. No, from what I read, half tracks actually went up, which is why I'm glad, because I still have that American M3 half track from the Island Assault box that I'm going to build and turn into a converted Ho-Ha. It's just vehicle machine guns took a nerf. From everything I've read, the Germans got a lot of boost. They got a lot better in this edition from what I'm hearing. Hey man, hope you had a good breakfast. I know it was a cinnamon bun day. Yeah, I knew my area was going to be good for the hurricane when I saw Waffle House was still open. The Waffle House index does not lie. Yes, there are. Cavalry, again, I haven't got my book yet, so you guys know I can't give you good information yet because I don't trust anything I've read. Well, what I'm here, Cavalry are actually pretty damn good in 3rd edition. The Japanese, we can take the Imperial Japanese can take their officers on horseback. So that's not bad. Ooh, Red Scorpions. That's another good faction on here. You don't hear that mentioned very much. So I haven't played Space Marine 2, so hopefully no spoilers. Looking at you, Nathan. But how's the customization? Are you able to make like most chapters? Yeah, I'll definitely get that to you, Nathan. Sorry, I had to read that for a second. I was like, a PFP, PNG. It's like he's talking code. And then it hit me. I was like, oh shit, that's what he's saying. Yeah, brother. I'll send you all that stuff. You can pick and choose what you want to use. I'm sorry, it took me a while to read that. I was like, it's like he's speaking code. So it's so funny. For those of you guys who know, I have you don't actually. You're really good about it. You're really good. So I have two brothers, and one of my brothers, he's in the most nerdy things like I am. And when I left Warhammer, I sold my Imperial Guard army very cheaply to somebody else so they could get started. It was really cool to help like a young person get into the hobby. And then my Death Watch army, which a lot of people didn't know I had a pretty good Death Watch army in 7th edition. I gave that to my brother. I told him like, hey man, it's not much, you know, just hold on to it. You know, they're an army now, but who knows what happens. And you know, he doesn't really play Warhammer. He knows a little about Warhammer 40k, but not much. Space Marine 2 drops, he picks it up, he starts playing. And I'll never forget, because I was like, hey man, don't tell me what happens to the game, please don't ruin it for me. I'm going to wait a little while, you know, and then I'll probably jump into it. I got some other stuff I'm playing right now. And I get this text, and I literally told him I'd been waiting for this text for like years. He's like, hey, how many points is that the Death Watch army you gave me? I was like, man, I've been waiting for this text for years. It's like, but bad timing. So I filled him in on what happened with the agents of the Imperial Agents books and everything. But that was my question. I was like, oh, do you get to play as the Death Watch and Space Marine 2? He's like, you told me no spoilers. Like, fine. But the army I gave him, if I can remember off the top of my head, I think it had a sergeant on a bike. It had 2 Corvus Black Stars, and I think like 2 or 3 Death Watch squads. With I think the sergeants had shotguns with like the Crypt Stalker shells. There's some Stalker pattern bolters in there. There are some Infernus bolters, if you guys remember those. It's a heavy bolter and a heavy flamer attached to each other. Oh, those are so damn cool. So I have no idea if any of those models are even still legal, or they've all been legends or what. But I was the nerd of where when I built my Death Watch, I tried to build the Death Watch guys in the chapter that would make sense for their weapons. Like for the guys with the Stalker pattern bolters, the bolters with the scopes on them, I made them Raven Guard and I gave them sneaky beaky helmets. You know, and then for the guys who are running the heavy bolter, heavy flamer combo weapons, I made them Salamanders. My other heavy gunners, I made, man, I always get the 2 chapters confused. I think it's Iron Hands. Yeah, Iron Hands is the loyalist. I always get Iron Hands and Iron Warriors mixed up. And for like the regular guys with bolters, I made them Imperial Fists. Yeah, that's what I was curious about is the player customization in Space Marine 2. Because I had a lot of fun with that in the first Space Marine. You know, like making all the different chapters. That was a lot of fun. Try to think of the name. There's a Space Marine chapter that actually is. I think they made it. I don't know who they made it for, but they made it. They're like very practical. Like very militaristic. What I mean is like they actually wear like they camouflage their armor. You know, they use like conventional hit run tactics and stuff like that. I can't think of the name of them. Shit. Anyone know the name of that Space Marine chapter? They actually use like real world camo. No, I had no Ultramarines in my Death Watch army. I think I was, yeah, the guy on the bike, I made a White Scars, because I was debating if I want to make him a White Scars or a Dark Angel, and I went with White Scar. If I ever added someone with like a big weapon, I'd probably make him a Black Templar. But, nothing against the Ultramarines, I just didn't see anything super unique about them, you know? They're cool and all, but I just really didn't see anything unique. Raptors, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's the Raptors. I was like, it's something like Griffin or Banshee or something like that. No, the Mantis were more Japanese themed. We were just talking about them. they fell. The Mantis Warriors fell in the Badab War, helping out what became the Red Corsairs. The Mantis were super cool though. That's a really cool chapter. Trying to talk my brother into getting to 40K. If he does, he wants to do Space Marines. Like what? He's like from a modeling standpoint, in a lore standpoint, if you had to pick the coolest chapter, and you guys feel free to put your comments in here. I'll let him know too. I told him for him anyways, like the coolest chapter is probably the Carnodons. The Space Sharks, I was like, oh yeah, from a modeling perspective and stuff like that, and a painting perspective, because he's really good at painting. I was like, oh yeah, Space Sharks, 100%. All the renaming they have for their different ranks, it's so cool. Oh, okay. Oh, shameless play. No, I'm kidding. No. Definitely go check out Nathan's videos on Space Marine 2 if you want to see him. I only watched some of them. Haven't, because a lot of them had spoilers, so like I kind of click on them, leave comments, but I haven't watched them in full yet. But yeah, I would definitely want to see your full review. I'll take a look at it. I recently got my internet back, by the way. So, you know, there's that. I've been behind in my video viewing. Space Baits. You know, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen a Black Templar in the Death Watch. Like, I've never seen them modeled that way. I mean, ironically, it's probably the easiest one to model, you know, because they're already black. Black armor. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah. For those of you guys who don't know, the Dab War, you know, spoiler alert, it's already happened. But, you know, it was kind of going both ways. It was a pretty brutal civil war, and then the Space Sharks just came in and started fucking people up like it was going out of style. I'm talking like they were hurting people so bad, if you squinted your eyes a little bit, they almost were like Night Lords, you know, but just somewhat loyalists. It was absolutely terrifying. I just love the Space Marine chapters. They're gonna be like, nah, we're just gonna go do our own thing. Fuck off. Just like leave and do their own thing. I think that's why I like, you know, the Black Templars and the Marines Errant and the Chronodons. Yeah, Black Templars might be really cool. So that's always that's the Space Marine chapter I recommend to a lot of people. Not for tactics or gameplay, but just for like modeling. If you like Gothic, you know, Gothic sci-fi, then go Black Templars. Flesh Tears are pretty cool. I wonder if there's a lore reason why they're the only loyalists who have like chain axes. I don't know. A chain axe seems way cooler and way more effective than a chain sword would ever be. I know it's probably heretical to say, but it just seems like such a better weapon. I said that I didn't put any chain axes on my Red Corsairs. I gave them, it's just for looks, it's not in gameplay, but I gave them chain bayonets because I thought they'd be a hell of a lot cooler and more useful in space-to-space combat. Like if you're clearing a void ship, you know, and it like loses gravity and you gotta like clear from one P-way or passageway to the other, I feel like there's not enough room to really swing a sword and have a pistol. So I figured going through with like a shortened bolter with a chain bayonet would make a hell of a lot more sense. You know, like a drum mag with a chain bayonet. Yeah, paint games. I think that's your own thing, man. I don't think I've ever seen them made a made line either, man. That's definitely different. I'll give you that. It is certainly different. Oh yeah, easy. Well, it's just like when I modeled my my Imperial Guard back in 7th, and we had this option in 7th, mind you. You could take veterans, and your veteran sergeants, you know, you didn't have to give them a lath pistol and a chainsword. You could give them a bolter. And I'm like, you know what, that makes a lot of sense as a non-commissioned officer myself. If I made it my whole career with a las gun, and then I get promoted to sergeant, you want to take that rifle away and give me a pistol and a sword? I'm like, you know what? No, give me a bolter. I was like, that seems like a much better option. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. In a lot of places, if you're walking around with a pistol, I think you're just gonna cap people in the back of the head. You know, when you actually have a rifle, it makes you look like a fighting leader, you know, kind of leading by example. It's a spicy topic, painting games. I don't know. I can tell you this without getting into that spicy conversation too much. I wouldn't be surprised either way. If they don't do it, I wouldn't be surprised. If they do it, I wouldn't be surprised either. I think it could honestly go either way. Alright, boys, these things are coming along. You know, it's going a little slow, but I'm trying to remember how to do all this. I do have the instructions, so I'm not just trying to raw dog it from memory here. Taking way too many hits to the head to try and do it from memory. I'm not that crazy. Hey, Evolution Gamer, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, everything's well. Man, I appreciate you guys checking in. That means a lot. Thanks for thinking about me. Yeah, the hurricane was fine. Took a little bit of damage, nothing crazy. Spouse and I are in good health. We're the lucky ones. I finally got my power back and got internet back, so I got back to streaming. We are building some tanks right now. Oh man, I was just looking at that as soon as I got my power back. I was playing a lot of like older games that didn't require internet, and I was like, because everyone keeps saying get Space Marine 2, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I really want to play Rogue Trader, especially there's new DLC. I'm like, oh damn, debating on getting it. I know if I get it, I'm going to lose hours of my life. Like, I am personally responsible for introducing my wife to Baldur's Gate 3, and she still jokingly holds that against me. That woman played some serious Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, damn. It sounds like I'm upset, but I'm actually really happy that it's on sale. It's like, yay, take my bottle caps. Alright. Tank chassis. Super easy, barely any inconvenience. Just some loose fitting. So I'll have to work on that a little bit. Alright, let's put the treads on. No, thank you, no, but no, you're good. I appreciate it. I don't think I have anybody on Steam. I might. My Steam account, I had to refresh. Oh yeah. My PC, my laptop is pretty old. I got it in 2018 to run Star Citizen at the time, and it could, but like barely. So it's decent. I don't think it can run that. Now about to say, I don't think I have any friends on my Steam account. I might. I think someone I played some Starship Troopers with some people a couple months ago. I need to get back into Helldiving. I haven't played Helldivers with anybody in a while. It's a nice offer, Nathan. Thank you, but no, I'll probably pick it up. It's not a question of currency. It's a question of the better currency of time. I'm like, oh god, if I play it, I'm gonna have to like sit down and lose myself. I'm lucky enough. I have a 3-day weekend coming up, so I'm pretty excited about that. Alright, we dry fit the treads. We dry fitted the treads on. And we're gonna pop these bad boys on. This tank will almost be complete. Too easy. Like I said, I like Baldur's Gate. It wasn't bad. It just made me want to play D&D. Like I said, for those who don't know, I do a lot of D&D 5th edition, or I used to. I was a DM. I haven't played it in a while. But I'm excited for Rogue Trader. I hear good things. when I'm thinking 40k is missing, it's a very casual game, but I think 40k is missing a city builder. Like, hear me out. Imagine something almost kind of like RimWorld, you know, almost a little bit more like Fallout Shelter, but imagine building like a hive city. You know, and you have to worry about like Necromunda style like hive gangers and stuff like that. You have to worry about like the Tide and sending people for the Imperial Guard, and then the Inquisition comes and they're trying to root out stuff. You have Gene Stealer cultists, you know. I think Warhammer 40k is missing a really legit like city building game. That shit sounds funny and fun. That's what they're missing, man. Get like Frontier on it, the people who did like Skylines and stuff. Like, imagine, and it gives you those choices, like, hey, you found another mineral deposit, you know, do you want to send people out there to go mine? You're like, yeah, and like, you start to find some black obsidian structures, like, no, it's like, you've discovered a Necron tomb world. You're like, no! Just absolutely brutal difficulty, you know? Like, how am I gonna lose my high city this time? Oh yay, it's a civil war. It's like your neighboring high cities have stopped talking to you and stopped trading with you. You're like, ah, shit. You try to establish radio contact, and all you can hear is like profane, you know, ruinous chaos words. You're like, ah, shit. It's like, remember that time you failed to fulfill the tithe or the weapon shipment for the local Space Marine chapter? So then you contact them, be like, hey guys, can you come help me? And they're like, no. Alright guys, here's the chassis of our tank, all glued and ready. You got the treads on. Like I said, definitely not touching, but that's fine. I'll cover that with mud because I'm lazy. There's a little doors where you get in. Can think of the turn it for a second. Oh, easy peasy. All right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see it just goes on and on and on and on, man. And if you even want to be scummy, you know, be all GW with it, you can just release each other race as like a DLC, and it's like a whole other like scenario and catastrophe. You can have like the Tau help you out in secret and give you some technology. You're like, oh, that's really cool, and you keep it, and you're like running the risk that no one else finds out about it. And like your neighboring city finds out that you're using the Xenos tech, so they call the Inquisition. Or the Xenos comes in and kicks in your door like, surprise, motherfucker! Give me that tech, motherfucker! Yeah, there you go, man. There's your next GW game. Like a legit city builder. And you can do like politics and try and court with like the local tech priests and stuff like that. And the more tech priests you have, maybe you have more foundries and like a certain percentage of your population or different. Oh yeah, man, that game can go crazy. It's like you have a suspicion of a local gene stealer cult working in your mines. You know, do you exterminate them or do you let them sit for right now? And if you let them sit, like your production goes way up, you know, because they have like 3 arms and shit. They're a hell of a lot stronger. You're like, well, when they actually, when the ascension happens, it's gonna suck. But until then, this guy sure can mine. Yeah. Blood Ravens. Nothing shiny here, guys. Nope, nothing shiny here. Oh yeah, man, that'd be absolutely hysterical. Yeah, there's so many things you can do with a game like that. All right, so what do y'all think? How should we kit bash this tank commander? I'm thinking grabbing some of my Japanese samurai bits from Warlord Games Pike and Shot Samurais. So I have, so here. So let me show you. Here are the choices. So you do have standard Japanese tank crewman / commander. This is actually what he looks like in the cupula. Look at that, using appropriate terminology, cupula. Look at me. It's like I'm a professional, right? They do have those weird tanker helmets that look like, 1930 football helmets. Kind of like they're paratroopers. Honestly, I think they were just football helmets, but... So here's what we got. We can bust out some of our Japanese tank crew. Let's see what these guys look like. Alright, so I just picked these up from GW. I don't think they're special or anything. I don't think they're limited edition, but these are old, and I think that they probably won't be around for much longer. So this guy is just a metal print of the plastic guy we already have. Nothing too fancy. Binoculars, field glasses, football-style helmet with goggles. We have Lazy Kyle, which I kind of like. He's literally just sitting there, just chilling, arms crossed. Waiting for someone to make a decision. Probably not in a command tank. This would probably be more like E4 Mafia style. Or I guess E4 Yakuza. Oh, it'll get me killed one day. And then you have, you know, let's head this way kind of guy. He also has the football style helmet. This guy could be cool because we could put all sorts of cool things in his hands. Same thing, by his hip, we could put a pistol. You know, like a nice little holster. And in his hand, we could easily put a katana, so it could be like a drive me closer so I can hit him with my katana meme. We have 5 tanks, so, you know, there's no rush on who we're going to build. This is kind of cool. We have an additional crewman slot. So you can have a little, like, crewman sticking up out of one of the hatches. That's kind of cool. Or, like I said, we could take the plastic one we have, chop off the head, and then mix it in with one of our samurai heads. Sorry about that, that was probably loud. You can see all the traditional different samurai helmets. These ones over here, these more large conical shaped ones, actually have the square in the back for you to put these different types of attachments. Or you can go like a traditional helmet right there. And we have all sorts of different helmet accoutrements here that we can kind of put on their helmets as well. Yeah, if you can find it for cheap, I definitely recommend picking up if you're building Japanese army. You want them to look kind of unique, almost more like Command and Conquer Red Alert 3 style. You know, Empire of the Sun. You can pick up this 28mm pike and shot. The scaling is close enough for it to be pretty awesome. Like I said, you can even have these little flags to denote your NCOs, which is kind of cool. Definitely need to wash those guys before I use them. So what are we thinking, chat? Also, holy shit, 7 of you! Wow. I made it, Mom. I'm big time. No, all 7 of you. What do you think? Kit Bash a samurai helmet, or go with one of the metal ones? We actually have 2 of these metal. There you go. Autofocus. Focus. Still kind of blurry, but there we go. There we go. About to have to grab the tech priest and bribe him with a toaster. Alright. Alright, cool. So that's the other thing. I didn't want to flex and be that cool guy because I don't know. I thought they were kind of cool. I actually did get some dice from Warlord Games. I wanted to get something unique to kind of celebrate V3. So what I ended up getting, if you haven't seen them, these can be hard to find, so I had to pick them up from the actual Warlord website. They are expensive. Luckily, I did a lot of overtime, and I kind of wanted to get something nice to celebrate V3, you know, to actually be part of Bolt Action for a game dropping. So I got a packet, actually I got multiple packs of these. These are my new Japanese dice. You're like, okay, Rising Sun, no big deal. They're the Blood Red Skies dice. They're D6s. And they actually are tally marks. So I'm pretty excited about that. I think these are pretty cool. They beat my super small little light green ones I've had. Oh, hey, thanks. Nice. Bacon sandwich, always a classic choice. That's what I make for myself. Except, you know, I hit it with an American style, so I have like a mini griddle, like a small, it makes like, you know, 1 egg kind of thing, like that size. So I'll put 1 egg in there. I'll warm up some toast, or I guess I'll toast some toast. Cook up some bacon. Put in 1 slice of cheese, and here's the key: picante salsa. Or if I have ranchero sauce made, I'll use ranchero sauce. I make it homemade. Put in some picante salsa, some fresh ground pepper. Oh man, there's nothing like an egg bacon sandwich. Like growing up in Texas, I put good sauce on anything with an egg is worth the salsa. It's also a good way to get your vegetables in. Fun fact. Alright. So let's work on the copula and the commander. It truly is. Like when I go most places, like if you were trying like a greasy, I think greasy spoons, right? Trying to make it down like that. I always just get a BLT, you know, or you know, for breakfast like a bacon egg, because BLT is so hard to mess up, but it's really good when you make it right. You know, you can always judge a place by its BLT. Yeah, bacon egg sandwich, man. Funny to say that. I saw the most American BLT I've ever seen in my life. I definitely want to try it now. Not very healthy, but somebody made a BLT and they fried the tomato. I was like, ooh, man, that sounds delicious. Really? Sweden has the biggest consumption of bananas per capita. I feel like, wait, are you saying for like European countries or like internationally? Because I feel like some Caribbean islands may have you beat. So what do you think? Should we make this one of the command tanks and give him a really cool samurai helmet? Yeah, let's do that. Really? Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'll have to look that up. That's interesting. Not saying you're wrong, man. I've seen stranger things happen, of course. But that's weird. But you hold on. Are you saying just bananas, or are you also counting plantains? Because if you're counting plantains too, then I know that's definitely not true. I've been around the Caribbean quite a bit. Oh yeah, what's not to love? It's a vitamin-packed fruit. Absolutely delicious. Just don't ever take a banana on a boat. One of the many things, the two sailing life lessons for you. Don't ever whistle on a boat, and don't ever take bananas on a boat. Old sailor superstition. Alright. Alright, so we decapitated a guy. I left the mic on so you can hear the decapitation. Guess he's not a very good leader. You could say when everything's combat's already kind of lost his head a little bit. Glorious day to kit batch. Oh yeah. Oh, I think it's gonna look cool. Watermelon. For whatever reason, I don't eat. I don't know why. I'm not allergic to it. I like the taste. I think it's the mess I object to. I like other types of melon, but watermelons, yeah. It's good. I think it's the mess I don't like. Watermelon's not my first choice, but yeah, watermelon salt, I could see that. Especially, what's that certain salt, seasoning salt, like tahini or whatever? Tahini and watermelon? That sounds delicious. Alright, there we go, boys. Almost kind of more like a Darth Vader style helmet. That's actually pretty cool. Hey, next vid, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for hopping in before your stream. You just missed a little bit of kit bash. We're actually building a whole bunch of Japanese tanks. We actually just kit bashed this commander. We chopped off his head and put on a samurai head from a Pike and Shot box. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know I've been gone for a while. I just recently got my power back. Not a lot of damage to my house. Damage in the area, of course. A lot of flooding. Luckily, the spouse and I had plenty of supplies and everything. No power and stuff like that, so we were just running off, like, you know, what solar banks we had and stuff like that. I said super, super, super easy compared to what other people had, so we're super lucky. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. This box over here. The camera's kind of zoomed in, so it's gonna be hard to get a good shot of the box in. But what I tell people, if you're making like the guard Tau conversion of Imperial Guard, you get this box, this Pike and Shot box from Warlord Games. It's 28mm. You get all sorts of great bits in there. So you use Imperial Guard bits, some Tau bits, and you use some of these like Japanese Samurai 28mm bits, and you can make some awesome, what are they called? Like Mon Krieg, I want to say, the human Tau troops. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that, but I will take your word for it. Evolution, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. But yes, what he types. Thank you, my 40k translator. You are both a scholar and a gentleman. They remind me, I don't know how many people here are big nerds into this. Does anyone remember playing PlanetSide? Or I guess PlanetSide 2, but I played a lot more PlanetSide into PlanetSide 2. They just remind me of the, I forgot what the purple guys were called. But they always reminded me of those, fellow humans. So we have one Chiha already built and ready. This one I often use and sub out for my Kaishinto with my Conflict 47 compression cannon. But because it has a radio antenna, which is this round thing on top of the cupula, that'll be one of my command tanks. So the list I'm building has... that's good. That's good. They got me to chuckle out loud. Well done. It has 2 command tanks. Ultimately, it has 8 tanks, but 2 of them are going to be command tanks. So we're going to build the second one that we're building. Instead of building all these tanks like piecemeal as I go, like batch building, I guess. I'm actually building these from the ground up each time. So we're definitely gonna make this like the ultimate command tank. Alright, there we go. What do we think about that? Look at that. That's pretty cool. I like it because it was the most, like, tribal looking emblem, I guess, for the helmets. So there are actual, there are Tikis. So with version 3, they added in a lot more tanks that they actually don't have the model line to build. Like, these command tanks are supposed to be, Kishis, I want to say. So they're supposed to have AT guns in the hole where the medium machine gun is, and a medium machine gun up in the turret, but you know, you can't really model that, unfortunately, so it is what it is. They do have the Tikis did make it. More importantly, my Type 92 tankette made it, which is a phenomenal vehicle. Mine was named Yoshi. I ran it in a couple tournaments, and Yoshi did very, very, very well. So if you don't know, a Type 92 tankette was actually it's a heavy machine gun in the hull with a medium machine gun on the turret that can go 360. So it's absolutely a female tank. It's just the time it was made for the cavalry and only the army could have tanks, so they had to call it a tankette even though it was a straight-on female tank. When I use the term female male tank, it's not to... I don't want to get weird about it. It's not to make anything weird. It's nothing political. Female tanks have all machine guns. Male tanks actually have cannons. It's an antiquated way of talking about tanks, but it is a term used, I guess. All right. Oh, this part's the hardest. It's kind of standing up in his turret. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, let's do that. Oh, you missed it. Next vid, we were talking about the next Warhammer 40k game, and we thought we came up with a banger. It's a city builder, like a hive city builder. Oh man, yeah, we could go on for a while. It's pretty cool. Yep, see, there you go. Evolution nailed it. Yep. Cannons for the males, machine guns for the females. So later on, they just started calling smaller tanks with all machine guns that were smaller, they call them tankettes, you know? And the bigger ones, tanks. Hey, see, there we go. Hooray, I'm not just spouting bad stuff, I can actually spout some cool historical stuff. Alright, let me start getting out these next bits to build. Yeah, I'm glad I listened to you guys. I think I'm liking the samurai helmet for most of these crewmen. So I think I'm definitely gonna keep this guy. So the problem with metal, the metal ones that are a little bit harder, I mean, I can still cut the head off. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. I think I can definitely cut the head off. Just a little bit more of a pain in the ass to do with metal models. You guys definitely know that. But I love this lazy dude because he kind of has more of like the almost like a tropical helmet kind of thing, you know, and he's just totally sitting there, like super chill, like what the fuck are we doing now, you know? Definitely won't be a command tank, but it should be a lot of fun. All right, let me cut out some of the armors and get this turret built. So it is going to look different than the tank next to it because that's actually a Kaishinto up-armored with a Chiha turret. It was possible, but not really. It's just going to mostly use with a Kaishinto. So as you can tell, this turret top or up-armored person looks different. You can tell the vents and stuff like that are different. But if I remember correctly, usually it's the treads that's a pain in the ass, but the the radio antenna around the cupula is a huge pain in the ass if I remember correctly. No, hey, you know what, Nathan? I don't mind it. Like I said, if that's on your chest, I get that. It's one of those things where I think it's unfortunate. Oh geez, right here is, I have tiki torches at my house because I have a tiki bar, you know, and I fill them with citronella oil to keep mosquitoes away. I'm not gonna let, you know, weird stuff happen. I'm not gonna let it ruin an everyday object that isn't based in that, if that makes sense. Like, what's a good way to say this? I got one. People wear ski masks to rob convenience stores. You know, I've still worn a ski mask because I was freezing my ass off in the Italian mountains. You know, I'm not gonna let, and I was a military cop. You know, I'm not gonna let bad people ruin an everyday item to where I can't use it, if that makes sense. So hopefully it doesn't ruin it for anybody. I appreciate you bringing that up. But I guess it's kind of like the Clerks, you know, we're taking it back kind of thing, you know? I guess, I don't know. I live in like I said, down here's a lot of Tiki vibes, Tiki culture, you know, so I don't even blink twice at it. But I can understand where some people feel strongly about that, so it's not the case here. I'm just a normal everyday guy. Paint games, I won't go too far into it here because I try and keep this like a chill space, but it's a reference to a event that happened in American history pretty recently, so. No worries. Like I said, I'm glad you brought it up, Nathan. It's a good thing. I'm happy you asked. I'm happy to get that off your chest and discuss it. Like I said, I'm an open book. You guys can ask me anything. I'll generally be as honest as I possibly can. But no, okay. So, God, if you're curious, the name Tiki the Hut, if you don't know where it came from, oh, get ready for this, Nathan. Get ready to lambast me for my video game choices. Are you ready for this one, buddy? You might want to strap in and put both hands on your bacon sandwich. So the name Tiki the Hut actually came from way back when I first married my spouse. We were both stationed in Italy, and we lived in a farmhouse, converted farmhouse, off post. It was part of an initiative. I worked with the local carabinieri, the local national police, for lack of a better term. So there's two American families who lived in this village, way the fuck off post. That was me and a good buddy of mine, both military cops. It was pretty cool. Like, they helped out us anytime Americans did something stupid off post, or anytime NATO troops in general. It could be the British, which happened often. You know, we would ride with the Carabinieri and be like a NATO liaison. Won't get too far into that, but anyways, so I lived way off post, and I didn't have internet. Like, I had like a little internet stick I could plug into my laptop, you know, and I had internet on my phone, but not for the Xbox. So my wife's a nerd like me. We played different games, obviously. So I was looking for a game that both me and my spouse would really like, that we could just sit and play and have fun. So this is around 2012, maybe? So we got Skylanders, right? She loved Crash Bandicoot growing up. I think I played like a little bit of Spyro and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, let's try the Skylanders thing. That seems kind of cool. So regardless of how you feel about Skylanders and the whole marketing thing and kids buying these things, there's a lot to it, you know, but overall the games were funny and they were good. If you're looking for like a couch co-op to play with a spouse or a partner, Skylanders is fucking awesome. So we played a lot of Skylanders. I'm pretty sure we have them all. We have all the Skylander games. Not all the Skylanders. Jeez, that'd be crazy. But we have a good chunk of them, right? We have a good chunk of the Skylanders. So what I like to do is I like to give them all funny names. I'm a super weird nerd, so I like naming things funny. Like the big tree dude, I called a rose by any other name. You know, or like Treebeard. We try to give up like funny. We try to give like funny names to all of them. Well, there's one called Double Trouble, and he's basically a floating tiki mask with a little staff, and he can summon multiple little tiki masks. And so I looked at him, and I looked at the name. I was like, Jabba the Hutt, you know, a tiki hut, Tiki the Hut. I was like, oh, that's kind of clever. Didn't think about it for years and years and years and years and years. So it's about 2 years ago. I got a promotion. I'm working from home, and I'm looking to get into tabletop wargaming again. I'm just leaving the Fallout scene. Not wanting to get back into Warhammer 40k. I want to get into bolt action in Conflict 47, right? So I joined a Discord under my old screen name, which I don't like using because it's a little too close to my real name, you know, so I don't really like it that much. And luckily I'm just discussing bolt action things. I don't know what I posted or what I did. I'm not really a controversial person. I'm not really edgy, so I don't think it was anything bad. But I was banned from that group, and I tried to reach out to the moderator, and it was one of those moderators. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. You know, they never replied back, and I replied to them again under a different name. They're like, yeah, you posted something. We contacted you to take it down. You didn't take it down within 48 hours, so we deleted your account. I was like, I never even got the message. It's like, yeah, we just went ahead and took it down. It's like, okay, cool, thanks. And I couldn't rejoin that Discord. Like, I was basically blocked. And I was like, well, shit, that's the only Discord for Bolt Action. So I was like, all right, I guess I gotta make a whole new email address, a whole new name, you know, a whole new online persona. You know, that's why I don't really use Steam that much, because it's under my old name. So I had to like create a whole new online persona of and so I was looking around, like, what am I gonna do? I was like, I'm like, what am I was like, I need like a, not really a gimmick, but I need like a personality. Again, I'd been in the military for a long time, and I was military police and a non-commissioned officer. So in the job, I was very, very serious and I always had to be like the mean NCO. If you're an NCO, you know what I mean. You guys basically, it's a little secret, you know. Some people are the chill NCO, some people are the hard-ass NCO. It's a whole thing. I always had to be the hard-ass, which isn't really me. I'm actually a really chill and funny person, I like to think. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. But I never got to be that as an adult, because my job. So now that I wasn't in that job, I was like, I want to, you know, go back and be funny, happy me. So I was like, I got to think of something funny and chill and stuff like that. And I just noticed I started wearing a lot of Hawaiian shirts. So I'm like, I got it. It's like, we were playing Skylanders, and I was like, I'm going to take the Tiki the Hut name. Because I like Tiki music, you know, surf rock and stuff like that. I wear a lot of Hawaiian shirts. I suffered some injuries while I was in the service, and I'm also a little bit lazier, so I put on some weight. So I'm overweight, you know, not morbidly obese, but, you know, I'm heavier than I should be for my height. And I'm a nerd, so I'm like, I'm pretty sure Tiki the Hut kind of fits everything. You know, when you see the name Tiki the Hut, you're like, oh, it's probably a fat nerd who likes Star Wars and sci-fi who also likes Tiki stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that fits. So that was how Tiki the Hut was born. Originally it was to do Fallout stuff, so that's why you see my one image has me in a vault suit with a Hawaiian shirt, and it has my dog, and it has my favorite shotgun that I own legally. And then after that, in order to start making the YouTube channel, I knew I wanted to hide behind a little PNG kind of name, a little PNG emblem like that. You know, I wanted to do not really like pure VTuber, you know, but like something that's kind of unique. And so I went on Fiverr, found a person, you know, told them what I wanted. You know, they did paid them a little bit ahead of time. They did a great job. I paid them in full, then paid them a little bit extra. And they gave me a whole bunch of these things. And I figured out how to do a little bit of animation work. And that's how Tiki the Hut was born. That's where the name comes from. How did we get on this topic? Oh, we got a topic talking about Tiki torches. So yeah, not much to do with Tiki torches. Just, but yeah, it is very much influenced from Crash Bandicoot, the Aku Aku and stuff like that. Yeah, it's funny how people get their names, you know? I never get to talk about it, so I thought it was kind of cool. It's like a long spiral to go down. But that's where the name comes from. And I still have that Skylander, by the way. Oh, everybody can pull off Hawaiian shirts, man. You'd be alright. Super comfortable. I highly recommend it. I have way too many. That's the plus side. So, I actually go in and I teach a couple of college classes as a guest instructor. Mostly doing stuff that people don't know. Things like I have a big background in navigation. So I'll teach like land nav, how to use like MGRS and stuff like that. If you know how to do land nav, you know it's one of those things that you can't fake it. You know, if you know land nav, you know it. If you don't, you don't. You can't fake that knowledge. So I go and I teach stuff like that. It's funny when I go in to teach, the aviation department I work with, they're all veterans. And so I'm like, is there any kind of uniform I gotta wear? And they're like, no. Like, you just wear whatever you want. So I always show up to teach in like boat shoes, you know, jeans or shorts and a Hawaiian shirt and a big old beard. So I actually do have a tiki bar. Not like a real bar with like a license. but in my house, I actually have a tiki bar set up. It's actually where I do all my recording. So I've kind of toyed around with the idea of actually getting a tiki mask and turning on the camera so you can see, you know, like my desk area, because it's kind of cool. I have all sorts of decorations, like tiki themes up, because I work from home as well. So if you're of age and you do consume alcohol, rum is very interesting. That's why I like rum in a tiki bar, because rums come from all different islands, so every rum is different, you know. So that's how I kind of got into collecting rums a little bit. It's fun. I make you know, tiki drinks too. I make hurricanes and margarita. I just made a batch of hurricanes and margaritas the other day. Nice. Yeah, that makes sense for your name. Sorry, while I was talking, I've been trying to work on this damn radio antenna. It is so frail, it's very hard to trim without breaking. Yeah, thanks for you guys tolerating me going off on a long spiel about that. But yeah, it all comes down from me jokingly naming a Skylander figure. If you Google Double Trouble, I think that's what his actual name is. So we played Skylander so long with our made up names that we don't know the names of the real characters. You know, because we always just call them the names we made. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Matthew. It's something I always tell people: be careful what you put on the internet. You know, you can't take it back. So I'm sure knowing you and your background, I'm sure you've gotten this brief too. PII is everything. You know, you always need to compartmentalize your information and trying to keep stuff secret as best as possible. The internet will get you. Well, funny you mentioned that. I'm extremely jealous of y'all across the pond, and here's why. The best thing about being stationed, you know, working with NATO, mostly Italy, Germany, places like that, is there was no embargo with Cuba. So you could actually get real Cuban Havana Club rum. Still some of the best rum I've ever had in my life. God, that's the only thing I miss about being overseas. Overseas in some of those countries, anyways. Sorry, yeah, I'm working on this off screen. It's just so delicate. So that's my only not gripe. I can't even complain because it's cool, and I can't imagine how else you would do it. But this piece right here, the radio antenna, it's an extreme pain. Like, you better be delicate working on this thing. But yeah, those of you guys who are in the chat today, you actually learned where the name comes from. It's so funny. All because of one moderator banned me from a Bolt Action Discord under my normal username. So here's another funny story. This channel, this YouTube channel, it goes way back. It goes a couple years earlier. I think like 2020. I originally started making videos for Star Citizen of all games. If you search around, you might be able to find them. People have strong feelings about the game, which I understand. It's a good community, though. As far as like a video game community, Star Citizen is actually pretty. Some of them, though, at least they used to be. I don't know. I haven't followed in a couple of years. But Nice. Well, good luck painting games. Let me know how that turns out. Oh God, Nathan, I'm so jealous. Oh man. It's delicious. So the story is Bacardi was a Cuban family, and when the Bacardi factory got nationalized by Cuba, the family fled and they took the recipe with them. But the OG factory recipe is still in Cuba. It's just called Havana Club. Havana Club is very good. There's a lot of other good rums out there, but Havana Club is very, very good for what it is. Rum is fun because it's different for every island, and it's generally more affordable than other liquors. Like, they're generally not at crazy prices, at least not yet. The hipsters haven't found them, so we're good there. And there's no rules about making it, so every island does it completely different. Like one of my favorite rums, historically, I like Pussers. So Pussers is the original Royal Navy formula for the rum that used to be issued before 1972 when they stopped issuing it. And they still use the same old pot stills that they used to use to make the rum for the Royal Navy. And you can actually get a real naval gunpowder strength. Or gunpowder proof. Alright, I'm okay with that. There we go. Second hardest part. Yeah, it'll do that. One of the best things is I learned to drink it, coming back from a deployment. I hadn't drank in like 9 months, so I got to learn how to drink all over again. So I decided to pick up rum, and study it. But learning how to drink it, again, I'm from the South, so everything I drink is on the rocks. I like my liquor cold, right? I don't drink things neat. I like a little bit of ice in there. So if you can learn to drink like a, like an aged rum on the rocks, it's pretty good. Won't give you too bad of a hangover. There's already sugar enough, so you don't have to add any mixers. It may still give you heartburn, but other than that, it's pretty good. All right, let me cut out the pieces for the armor on that turret. We should easily be able to knock out this tank. You're like, yeah, 4 hours. You definitely should, but I'm still pretty happy with the progress we're making. Should definitely be able to finish this bad boy. That's nice. So, when I was a young, dumb junior enlisted man, here's another fun fact. Oh man, I don't know. I'm feeling super chat today. I think I haven't seen you guys in a week or two, so you're getting all sorts of fun ass stories. All right. So again, I was military police. So my favorite drink when you go to an enlisted club, probably the best bars you'll ever find in the world. I drank something called. It really has no name. It's basically a Vegas bomb in a glass. So it's Crown Royal, peach schnapps. You can either sneak in a vodka or a white rum. I generally went with Malibu. And then you add Red Bull. So 3 different types of alcohol and Red Bull in a tall glass of ice, right? Those will fuck you up. So the thing is, that was always my drink, and I always established it was my drink. And so sometimes I would have to go work. Oh yeah. Go tell him I said hey, by the way. Go tell Next Vid I said howdy. Anyways, so like I said, sometimes I have to go work undercover, or you know, go to the E-Club, stay sober, and just monitor what was going on and stop anything really bad from happening. You know, make sure people still had fun, but nothing too dangerous. So the cool thing about drinking that drink I told you, which is basically a Vegas bomb in a glass with ice, is you can have one of those, or you can just literally have Red Bull on the rocks. It looks and smells exactly the same. So if you're not a big drinker, but you're going out with your buddies, you can have one of those drinks. Again, you could also do anything like vodka, anything with Red Bull. But you could have a Red Bull based drink one of them, and then swap to just Red Bull on the rocks. Only you and the bartender have to know. And that way still gives you the appearance of drinking and stuff like that, but you're not actually under the influence or continuously to drink. And if anyone tries to come over and sniff your drink, you know, they're just gonna, either they're so drunk they're just gonna taste the Red Bull, or all you can smell is the Red Bull. So that was my drink of choice, and I could always just, you know, stop it and just go to straight Red Bull, and no one would know the difference. I don't think I ever gave that drink a name. I don't even think it has a name. Like just Vegas bomb in a glass. I just feel pretentious, you know, because you have to like explain it to the bartender when you order it. And it's like 3 or 4 different ingredients. But it'll get you messed up. Now I'm a lot lazier. Now I just drink Malibu Black, which is Malibu but extra strength. You know, so it's like 70 proof. I drink that and sugar-free Red Bull. Usually that's what I'm drinking in these streams. Today I'm having coffee with Blue Chair rum spiced cream. It's absolutely delicious. Yeah, I love a lot of different rums, and I've never really been a bougie guy, so I'm like, oh, you drink this? I'm like, I drink any kind of rum there is. You know, Malibu has its advantages. There's a time and place for Malibu. It can be good. But yeah, if you just find like some pineapple juice and some Malibu, I mean, you already got a party right there. You ain't gonna get too fancy with it. Like I said, there's a time to be bougie. When you're drinking, there's a time not to be. Like, I spent a lot of time in Italy, and I learned a lot about coffee and wine. And I learned a lot about wine, but I was never pretentious. So I saw, like, a lot of, like, officer spouses who were, you know? Like, I heard this one lady, like, debate about wine, and then she pronounced, oh god, how did she even say it? Hold on, give me a second here. She said it as Chianti. I was like, the fuck? I was like, Chianti? I was like, you mean Chianti? I was like, you mean like Chianti? Yeah. She's like, it's Chianti. And I was like, oh shit, okay. Cool. I learned a lot about wine. I enjoyed it. Like good wine pairings and stuff like that. So I could pick out decent wine here and there. I always found it interesting. I learned a lot about like bartending and stuff like that. Working at the E-Club as well. But I've never been a pretentious drinker. Like, I don't judge people for what they drink. The only time I judge people for what they drink is if you're at a busy bar and you order a really complex, hard-to-make drink. That's only my thing. I'm like, I get it, you know? I'm like, if you're going to order that, just stand to the side, let me serve everybody else their regular stuff, and then I'll make you yours, and I'll make it super nice for you. I was like, but if it's a huge line, like, don't ask for a mojito. Like, what? This could take forever, you know? But I don't judge people based on what they drink. I mean, you're paying for it. Drink what you want. Some people get like really bougie with like what liquor you get. I'm like, it's not a big deal. Nah, rums are super versatile. Like, I know a lot of Americans, Yanks like me, they like their old fashions. Next time you're at a really good bar that actually has good rum, try getting an old fashioned with rum instead. It'll blow your mind, especially if you can find. It's called Diplomatico Reserva. It's naturally already has like a kind of an orange rind flavor to it, so it goes really good with an old fashioned. Like, yeah, you can enjoy drinks without being bougie, but you still spot some weird stuff. Like, one thing, I guess that I'm kind of bougie about. One thing I did like about Italy is I liked Bellinis. If you've ever had a Bellini, particularly if you've ever been to like Venice and had like a real Bellini at Harry's, absolutely delicious and it'll blow your mind, right? So other places I go to, they'll like, oh, do you want a mimosa or a Bellini? I was like, okay, mimosa, orange juice, and champagne, and a Bellini should be prosecco, and white peach, and it's just like this weird peach juice and like champagne. You're like, ah, it's kind of weird. Yes, I have. The other thing I would recommend, Matthew, if you like that, try whatever your Fireball or whatever your cinnamon whiskey of choice is, and mix it with Crown Apple. Get Crown Apple and your cinnamon whiskey of choice, whether it be Jack Fire or Fireball. That's delicious. 2 different liquors on the rocks. You're good to go. There you go. This is much more like a Tiki stream. We're here talking about drinks. Building Japanese tanks. That's all I've ever wanted for the channel. This is like peak my dream for a YouTube channel, man. Swapping drink recipes and building Japanese models. This is life. You guys have given me peak happiness. I wonder what the legalities are on that. I wonder if I can like post drink recipes. I should do that. Because I literally have a book of recipes. I have a collection of rum. And I make my own drinks and I try and write down the recipes. A good example, my margaritas are actually blue. I use blue curacao. And I make margaritas easy and traditional, so it's just a good quality 100% agave nectar tequila. Blue curacao. The key is to get key lime juice. A lot of people make margaritas with like Persian limes. It kind of makes it taste off. You gotta get key lime. Key lime is the key. Obviously, pardon the pun. And I use agave nectar. Also, if you're a Texan, if you prefer Texan style margaritas, you can throw in a splash of orange juice. Nothing wrong with that. But what's fun is I found a really cool bottle of 1800 tequila. It's coconut. It's coconut tequila. So I make this blue coconut margarita. It's actually really good. I think so, anyways. Yes, French 75 will definitely mess it up. I see that a lot in cocktails. I never drink it straight up. Now, most of the time when I go to a bar, you know, and I'm drinking, like, you know, obviously I Uber to the bar, I drink responsibly. But I'm hanging out with my friends and we're all having like actual drinks. Even down here in Florida, unless it's like a unique bar or a tiki bar, the only rum they have will be Captain's. So I'm not picky. I'll just get Captain on the rocks, call it a day. No big deal. But when they do have good rum, I'm like, oh yeah, it's time to go. Alright, what we're doing here while we're chatting, I'm just trimming some of these bits off the armor pieces so we can build this turret. Alright. But yeah, no, Nathan, you're right on the bag there, man. Just a simple Malibu, especially when they come in plastic bottles. That's awesome because you don't have to worry about like glass breaking stuff. For instance, like I go out on boats a lot, and every time I'm captaining a vessel, I don't allow any glass bottles on the vessel, you know? So plastic bottles have their use. But yeah, plastic Malibu bottle and some pineapple juice is like an instant drink. You want to be fancy, just get some coconut, some like sweetened coconut flakes. You know how you can get those for super cheap, and just kind of put that on the top and you're good to go. You don't even have to do that. find his damn. There it is. Yeah, I generally don't mess with cinnamon whiskey. I'm not a big whiskey or bourbon guy. I've never really been a fan. That's why I picked up rum. But I've used Fireball before in different like I made a really good Nuka-Cola drink for when the Fallout show came out, and it used it called for Fireball cinnamon whiskey. That's all right. I'm old enough to remember a Goldschlager, so that's how old I am. There was a really good drink using, what is it, 100 proof Rumpel mint schnapps and 7-Up. You put the Rumpel schnapps in ice and you shake it till it gets so cold you can barely stand it, and then you mix it with the 7-Up. Oh my god, dude, that'll clean you out. It's like drinking tear gas. It's delicious. I don't know if that's a name, but we used to call it Frosty the Snowman's. But like my entire overseas military career, other than when I was deployed, was either working or drinking. Alright. Here's this turret. Now we just gotta get the turret hatches. 30. Not gonna lie, Nathan, you made me hungry for a bacon sandwich. I've been thinking about it this whole time since you made one, buddy. For those of you who are a fan of the Morty and Glory channel, man, it's almost like, should be like kind of early morning over there. He might be headed on his way right now over to Warlord Games. He'll actually be playing at Warlord Games on a table with his Soviet army. They distracted the shit out of him last night, so I don't know if he finished it or not. That'd be kind of funny if he didn't. He was building a shit ton of Soviet infantry. It was funny. Ah, no worries, brother. Always have the ingredients to make a good BLT. So spicy thing. Sometimes my BLTs, sometimes I'll swap out spinach for the lettuce, or I'll put spinach in with the lettuce. And instead, because some people put mayonnaise, sometimes instead of mayonnaise, I'll put like a light ranch, kind of zest it up a little bit. Alright, so I think we have all the bits ready to put the turret together. Just about the guy cut out. So fun fact, the rear-facing turrets on these Japanese tanks, the reason why they were put there is not just protect the tanks from like infantry coming up around the flank, though that proved useful, especially in Manchuria fighting the Chinese. But the original thought, or one of the thought process, hard. Obviously, I don't speak. Not obviously. Maybe you don't know this. I don't speak or read or write in Japanese. I'm not fluent. But from what I've understood, from what I've read that's been translated, one of the main thought process behind a rear-facing machine gun was actually protect it doing convoys on the road, protect it from aircraft. You got to remember, so the Hago came out in the mid-30s. So that's the thing about Japanese tanks. It seems like they're so far behind because they created them in the 30s for, fighting in China, and then they just used what they had later on in the war because they didn't have the resources to replace them or design new shit. Or if they did, they kept them on the mainland. So this rear machine gun right here, you machine gun in the front, machine gun in the rear. So what they could do is, anyone who's ever done convoy before knows sometimes you stagger your turrets. So if you're rolling a couple tanks down a road, you can actually stagger the way your turrets are and the way they're facing. You actually can have 360 protection from, at the time, what would be like biplanes kind of swooping in and dropping bombs. Again, it was the 30s. So it's actually kind of a cool thing. If you have a tank like in the front and the back of a convoy with a bunch of trucks, they already have, you have one machine gun facing forward, you have another machine gun in the back, so the guy who's in the turret, the gunner, the commander, can hop on that rear-facing turret machine gun and kind of provide flak protection. Kind of a cool thing. I totally understand why it's not in the rule book. That would make Japanese tanks a little overpowered, It'd give them the flak special rule even though other people don't have it. But just so you know, that's why they didn't have rear-facing machine guns and pintle machine guns very often, because the rear-facing machine guns served as that anti-aircraft thing that many pintle machine guns served later on. And that was Tank Talk with Tiki. Speaking of machine guns, the last piece I think I have left to cut out is that machine gun. And if you're ever in the great city, I say great city, I don't know, I haven't been there. I haven't been there in a long time, I have been there before, but if you find yourself in Las Vegas again at some time, and if you go to Battlefield Las Vegas, one of the mini weapons you can rent and fire, because they have fully automatic weaponry there, is a Type 96 machine gun from Imperial Japan, and it's actually still attached to its housing, not from a Chiha, but from a Hago. It's actually ripped right out of a Hago, and they kept the turret casing that it was put into because it has the super long scope attached to the machine gun, which is pretty neat. So you can actually fire it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, some of the machine guns the Imperial Japanese used, they actually put scopes on. They were decently effective. Not really as like a sniper's weapon, like you're thinking like a traditional, like enemy at the gates kind of Mosin thing. Not like a bolt action, but sniper as in you can put down accurate fire, and when you have a semi-automatic with like 20 rounds, you can do some serious damage to people trying to land on a beach, Alright, so we have this thing completely torn down in pieces. Let's try and put it all together. The kit's a lot easier than I'm making it look. I'm just going slow. I'm just relaxing and drinking. Yeah, I had a video ready to drop, even though there's a hurricane. It was scheduled to drop, but I kept listening to it, and I didn't really like how it came out. I don't know if the rest of you who have YouTube channels come across that. You record a video, like I've done it for a lot of videos. Like I have videos completely done and ready. I just don't end up liking them, you know, so I just don't post them. I don't know if you guys ever had that problem. I don't want to say it wasn't on brand because it makes me sound like a TikTok teenage girl, but I don't know, just didn't really have like a chill kind of vibe that I like. So I'm gonna redo it. It was Tiki's 10 tips for tabletop roleplay gaming. So originally it was almost like the 10 rules that I have at my D&D table, you know, but kind of expanding out to other RPGs. It just came off a little preachy, a little gripey, you know, kind of like Old Man. Well, it's supposed to be chill. It kind of came off more like Old Man Yells at Clouds, and I'm like, I'm not about that. Let me see if I can change it. So that was the video that was supposed to drop Wednesday. Luckily, I was able to get my my second AI song out on the Monday before the hurricane hit, so that was kind of cool. That song was a lot of fun to make. It really cracked me up. It sounded familiar. It wasn't until a buddy of mine, Weird War, I don't know if you guys ever met him. He's kind of a hoot. He's out in Texas. But he's like, dude, he's like, it reminds me of the Scooby-Doo Zombie Island song. I was like, fuck, that's where it's from. I knew it sounded familiar. Oh, like, it sounded so familiar and I couldn't put my finger on it. So these Japanese tanks have very unique shaped turrets. So you definitely have to follow the instructions of putting the side panel armor on. You can't really like eyeball it because it's very fits a certain way and only a certain way. Alright, there's all our side paneling armor on. We are getting there, boys and girls. Alright, next we're going to slap on machine gun in. go. We got our howitzer in there. We got our medium machine gun in the aft. All right. I don't put in the smaller antennas, but we... So when doing the hatch, if you have the radio antenna going on, you don't want it fully deployed off to the flanks. So I'm probably gonna have this hatch kind of sticking up. That doesn't make sense. Let me put it in first. I'll show you. Yeah, you don't want it like down the sides. No, we had the dreaded piece drop, the rogue piece. It's alright, we're able to recover it, we're okay. And or ever drops like a unique piece that only comes one in a kit. Is that not the worst feeling ever? When you know you have a tight grip and then something happens and it seems like once it hits the ground. Luckily, I don't have great carpet. I hear horror stories. I have tile. But once my pieces hit the tile, they just like shoot in the worst opposite like direction possible. That was ridiculously hard to blue. Okay, cool. There's this little turret. So as you can see, I have the hatches. And again, everything's different on this tank because this tank was Frankenstein out of like bits and pieces that were left. So I kind of just like Frankenstein that tank. But there's this turret. As you can tell, you don't want these hatches going all the way over, you know, because you're gonna be putting this radio antenna on the tank. So it's a radio antenna. You don't want other metal things touching it because that would fuck with the frequency and stuff. I'm not a comm nerd, but I know a little bit. Yeah, Matthew, exactly right. It's always like the thing you have one of. You're like, that's something that killed me about GW bits, is they only give you just enough heads for the body sometimes. You're like, okay, I can't lose this head or snap. You're like, fuck! Or you have like one plasma gun in the whole like $40 box and you clip it and it goes flying. You're like, shit, I gotta find that. It's a $40 plasma gun. Alright, crew, how are we feeling about that? I don't know how much I like that turret hatch. It kind of looks more to me like a toilet seat kind of cover. Yeah, I kind of like the other hatch better. But what are we thinking? But then again, it does kind of work, and it kind of gives them almost like a like cover. Yeah, that's exactly how it is, Nathan. Alright, so we're not gluing yet, but that's just dry fitting him and his turret. What do we think? It's so funny, I keep looking at my other tank, I was like, why does it look so different? It's because I did not follow the instructions whatsoever. So I was like, why does this one look so different? I used the wrong hatch doors. And there fucking is no cupula in there. That dude is just raw dogging sitting in the turret, just holding on to shit, riding around. He's not in a turret at all. Or he's not in a cupula at all. That's why. So this one has like an actual legit turret on. I was like, okay. I was sitting there, I was like, I followed all the instructions, why the hell do my two tanks look different? I was like, I have questions. But now I know. If you've ever been a turret gunner, you know what I'm talking about between like a legit turret with a turret seat and when you're just literally standing there just riding the turret. You know what I'm talking about. It is a world of difference between like a legit turret set up with a seat and everything and just the old school ones where you're just standing there with your head popped up and your shoulders and you're just holding on for dear life. Alright, let's get this antenna. Let's get this antenna on there. Probably the hardest part. I say that with like 4 different bits, but the tracks are bad. Well, the tracks aren't bad, it's just not fun, I guess. But the antenna can 100% be a pain in his neighbor's pain in the asshole. There we go. There's a command turret. Yeah, you've been there, you know. So, funny story, one of my many injuries in the military, doing an emergency armed response. Driver was driving, it was a new kid. We were ordered to respond with night vision. They said they would cut the lights. So this kid was driving around in some PVS-7 Deltas. You know, so PVS-7 Deltas are not the PVS-14s. They're a night vision the legit night vision goggle, not a monocle. It's a legit goggle. So two eyepieces going in, one eyepiece coming out, right? It's the old school ones. So this cat's out there, and we've been trained on how to drive with night vision. We're not crazy, right? So he's out there driving with night vision, and he takes this blind turn. I'm up in the turret, you know, fiddling around with my night vision. This dude takes a sharp turn in an old school Humvee, turns a corner, and there's a light-all. If you're not, a light-all is like a giant floodlight attached to like a trailer with like gasoline and stuff for fuel. So he turns, the light-all kicks on, and he just goes blind. He can't see shit. So he tries to turn around the light on, he just hits it. Luckily not going full speed, because Humvees don't go full speed. But he hit it, fucking moving. And he didn't have time to warn me, because he just went full Helen Keller, because the VG's just burned out from the light all. These aren't the PDS-14s, they're the old 7 Deltas. So he hit that thing, and all I know is I'm up on top of the turret, like putting my food away, getting my spare barrel ready, you know, getting my belts ready, all that kind of stuff. He hits this light on, slams on the brakes, and have anything to say to me. So I'm up there with a 240 Bravo. My face goes forward, I kiss the 240 Bravo, you know, bust open my lips, bust out some of my teeth, and then he slams on the brakes, and so I just go rolling out the top of the Humvee. If you don't know, a Humvee is lifted. It is a long drop from the roof of a Humvee to the deck. Luckily, I didn't break my plates. That's what I was worried about. I was worried I was going to break the plates of my vest. I didn't break the plates, and I had a helmet on, thank God, because I smacked that pavement hard. The worst part about the whole thing was we were down a driver because he had to get investigated. Anytime you crash a GOV, they have to like make sure you're not drinking. So we had to wait for someone to come and take a urine sample, so we were down for a while. But the worst one is I busted out my front teeth. And this happened on a Friday night, and so I wasn't able to go to dental, you know, until like the Monday afternoon. So I had to work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, night shift in the cold with no front teeth. So naturally, you know, as long as I'm not going to bleed out, they're fine. So my unit, being the compassionate people they are, they're like, oh, we know who's going to do all our safety briefs. So they made me go up there and give all the safety briefs with my terrible accent because I lost my front teeth and they got bashed out. That I had a very, very long, not that long actually, less than a decade. I don't know, if you combine all the branches, probably closer to like 12 years. But I have a lot of experience and a lot of hilarious stories. Stick around in the chat, man, I'll tell some to you. But don't worry, like I said, I don't tell the bad ones. Those are just for me. But I tell the funny ones because they make for good stories. I had my share of good times and bad times. Nice. Alright, lads. Like I said, it's going to look a little different because, you know, this guy actually has a chart. The other guy's just out there raw dogging it, but you can see his little fan and everything. It's actually kind of cool. Nice. Alright, let's move on. We only have a couple more panels to put in, and this tank will be done. Yeah, that is definitely on my next list of projects, is to get a whole suite of music ready using that Suno website so I can have my own background music without having to worry about crediting anybody else's for theirs. YouTube finally let me take some computer-based training to forgive my strike I had on my record. For those of you who don't know, I'm a big Warhammer, yeah. I'm a big Fallout fan. And so one of the projects I had, and I'll release it non-live, of course, because I've learned my lesson. So one of the things I did is I built a live radio station, and I bought all the programming to run it 24/7. I didn't know you had to have a special license for that, and that's what got me in trouble. And so I had a whole bunch of Fallout songs. I put in my own overlay, so everything was edited and changed. Like I had background music and stuff like that. And if you ever played Fallout, I did my own DJ lines. It was, what's his name? Johnny Bottlecaps. Funny character. So I wrote all his backstory, all his lines, and he was basically like a Fallout DJ. Yeah, it ended up being like 8 or 9 hours worth of music and voiceovers and commercials and stuff like that. It was really fun. It was a labor of love. I built it. I dropped it just before the Fallout show. And I live streamed it, and that was the problem because I wanted a 24/7 radio station. I got nuked from orbit. It was bad. So like I said, before I even had like 100 subscribers, I had a strike on my record. So yeah, I had to sit with that. I think it's like 9 months before I could appeal it, or not appeal it, but sorry, that was a lot of clip. My bad, guys. Before I could take the computer-based training, and it'll still be 3 months until they take it off my record. And even then, it was just a warning. Yeah, they were pissed. Talking to some other YouTubers, like, no, it's not what you think it is. Like, no, it's just a warning. I was like, the fuck it is? I was like, this strikes on my thing, you know? I sent him a picture and everything. I'm like, no, man, I'm looking at it. I look at it every time I log in. I can't help but think that throttles a lot of your stuff, too. When you have that on your record, I think they don't promote your channel as much. Which makes sense. I'm not bitter. I failed to read the rules. That's on me. That's fine. It was an honest mistake. I was surprised they found me. I had less than 100 subscribers and I was live streaming. I think it's because I did it just before the Fallout show came out, so they were looking for that. And they found me. But I think the problem is just live streaming. So I'm definitely gonna put out the whole thing as like a long 8-hour radio thing that way you can like put it on while you're playing Fallout or something like that if you want to, you know? I still have all of it. It was like 3 months of work. I just want to stay on YouTube's good side because I think anyone who covers World War II related topics, you're walking on a razor's edge as it is. As everyone knows, some spicy stuff happened during World War II, you know, to put it mildly. So, that's my other worry about telling these Conflict 47 lore videos. I try and put as much in there like, hey, this is fake, this is just, you know, the lore to a game. You know, because I'm terrified someone's going to be like, he's trying to retell history, you know? I'm like, oh, sweet Jesus. So what do we think, gang? Should we put the driver sticking out on this tank? We do have a driver head. Yeah, right? You know, you think they could tell it was artificial stuff, but who knew? Oh, let me see if that turtle. I don't think the hatch is going to interfere with anything. Make sure it's not going to interfere with the Halter swinging around. I think I'm putting this hatch up and putting the driver right there. And I'll probably just keep the hatches down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's just about it for this tank. Like I said, we still got 30 minutes to go, so I'm still doing the details. But it took a long time because we were kind of chatting, having fun. But yeah, that's a just gonna put in the machine gun and then put on the hatches, and you basically have your Chiha done. As always, it's been a blast. It feels good being back. It's nice to have power. By the way, AC is awesome. Particularly down here in like the subtropic climate, you know, AC is awesome. But it's good to be back and streaming. I have to go back and watch a lot of YouTube videos that I missed out on. Did a lot of reading. You know, watching YouTube consumes a lot of power, like on your phone, so I just did a lot more like reading and hanging out. So what do y'all want to see tomorrow for next stream? Do y'all want to see some more tank building action, which is definitely what I'm leaning towards? Or do y'all want to see me build some werewolves and put some Nujabes heads on them? What are you guys leaning towards? I gotta figure out how to put like a poll in the chat. Gotta learn how to do that. I'll learn how to YouTube one day, I promise. Alright, let's we got here. But yes, when I do paint the tank, I will be doing my my classic vineyard style camo, tan with green wog flesh vine stripes. Easy to do, kind of ties all my vehicles together. Alright, yeah, maybe I can build it faster. Faster. I built one of these before, but as you can tell, I kind of Frankenstein that one, so I was like, let me actually follow the rules, all the instructions on this one. As I was sitting there, I was like, why does the turret look so different? I was like, oh, that dude has no turret, that's why. Alright, once I pop these hatches on, he'll be bare bones done, then we're just adding on accoutrements and details. Alright. Alright, note to self for tank number 3, put the hatches on before the bow gun, before the bow machine gun. Make life a little bit easier. Alright, there we go. I still gotta put in her mufflers and stuff like that, but not bad. Full command tank with an actual armored commander, samurai helmet and everything. It's actually kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty neat. I may end up adding those little flags on the back, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, the rest is just adding small things like little bits more armor, boxes, pioneering kit, and some mufflers. Yep, so that's, I'm gonna finish it up, keep going while we're on stream. You know, once we're off stream, I'll probably finish it tomorrow on that work, and get the next one ready. And so that means I still have 4 kits left, still have 4 tanks left that I can build. I'll need to pick up 2 more to get to my 8. I actually have an army list for version 3 of Bolt Action for the Japanese, where it has 8 of these tanks. 2 of these command tanks and 6 regular ones. So that should be pretty interesting. It's a lot of tanks. Alright, time to work on the mufflers. So as always, I appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out. These are the new hours, by the way. Hopefully everybody's cool with that. Actually plan on doing 4-hour streams. That gets me a nice, 8 hours every week. Not too shabby. Plenty of hobbying time. As you can tell, we fully built a tank. That's pretty cool. Thanks, man, dude. That's awesome. That's also really cool. Can you imagine that? Like, imagine being on like a, like one of the smaller cruisers or destroyers on like the UNSC Navy, and everybody's like passing AI out. Some people have those old like World War II aviator AIs. Some people have Cortanas, like snarky females. It's like, what'd you get? And it just looks like one of those old like Scooby-Doo villain Tiki mask guy. It's like, oh, dude, we got this like super chill AI. It's like, hey, can you calculate this? Like, yeah, sure, man, no worries, I got this. It's like, are the calculations good? Are we gonna make it? I don't know, man, maybe. It's like radar's detecting multiple jump signatures belonging to the Covenant. Be like, yeah, this could get bad. You guys might wanna put a hold on the ice cream in the Chaha. This could get rough. Like a super chill AI. That would be funny. An AI that likes to play pranks on the crew, like changing all like the electronic signing, messing with like the food menu, or like or swapping around the signatures on like ladder wells and stuff like that. It's like, are we screwed? Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, probably. It's like, oh, we got multiple jump signatures, coming to battle carriers or en route. What's your plan of action? Oh man, I don't know. When's the last time we did an inspection on the life pods? You might need those. Just paint out like painfully obvious things all the time. They're using cloaking tech. Ooh, that's a bold move. Let's see how it works out for them. Look, they're gonna be hard to see. Make like really terrible dad puns. It's like, we have multiple elites cloaking down here. I was like, I could see where that would be a problem. Like, damn it, Tiki. Like, damn that AI. It'd be like a tradition to say boo and just like throw crumpled pieces of paper at the AI console. I could see like that scene from the movie The Patriot when he's messing with Cornwallis. He's like, I really, really hate that man. Like, I really, really hate that AI. not to be too big of a nerd, but it's actually a really cool muffler placement on the tank if you take a look at it. It's actually a pretty good design for, you know, crossing through, you know, low streams, rice paddies, dikes, and stuff like that. It's actually really cool. That's one of my favorite things about building models, especially like model tanks. You really get a sense for like some of the equipment that would go kind of unnoticed when everything's painted like olive drab, everything's painted one color. You don't really notice certain things, you know. But when you're building it, you're like, oh, okay, this goes here. That's kind of cool. You kind of get like the form follows function a bit, you know, and it kind of makes sense. That's always a cool thing about building the tanks. But all right, yeah, that is a functional Chiha. It's just missing some of the side armor. We got our mufflers in the back. We got our hatches closed. We got our dual medium machine guns. We got our howitzer, and we got our radio to signify it as a command tank. And we got our commander. Not bad for a 4-hour stream. Got a full tank built. Swapped hilarious stories. I gotta find out more about you guys, which is awesome. You gotta find out a little bit more about me. I'm full of stories. It's a great welcome back stream for me. I miss you guys. It was cool to be able to kind of log back in, deliver on that chill that I promised, kind of give you something fun to listen to on your Saturdays and Sundays. For those of you guys who are working late or getting up early. We all learned something cool. We all learned apparently there's a day in Sweden where they make cinnamon buns. That's fucking awesome. What a great day. But yeah, like I said, it was a good stream. I'm always glad to show off my little Tiki zombies. Finding those Tiki masks, it took me a little while to find them, but once I found them in a box, dude, I was set. I think I'm gonna use those native heads on my militia guys. So I think I really do use a lot of bits from every box I get. Glad to hear you say that, Matthew. It's always my goal. My goal is always to give you guys a very chill and relaxing stream. We got to build a whole ass tank. That's pretty cool. Like I said, you saw me build it. I took my time. I was shooting the shit, you know, relaxing. Even kit bashed the tank commander. But as you can tell, it's a super easy kit. Very simple forward. Very straightforward. I think there's only like 70 bits, 70 pieces. It comes on 2 sprue. And there's only like 9 steps to build it. Super easy tank. The treads can be a pain, but that's true on most tanks, and the radio antenna can be an absolute asshole. But other than that, it's a super, super chill tank kit to build. I don't know if it's proprietary to Warlord Games or if they outsource it. I know they do a lot of their tank kits. I think this is actually all them, and it's a phenomenal tank kit. So shout out to Warlord Games for making a cool kit, and for making their Samurai guys 28mm and compatible. That was pretty awesome. But let you guys know what's on the docket. Tomorrow we're going to build another tank. We're going to do it again and do it again. You know, we're cranking out tanks as fast as we can. I'm glad we built a full tank instead of like actually building like just treads and then just chassis and then just turrets. That would have been boring. So I'm glad we built a whole ass turret, or whole ass tank. That's pretty cool. But tomorrow we're going to be building another tank. I'm trying to get through all 5. Then coming up, Monday's kind of my wild day. Sometimes I post things on Monday, sometimes I don't. Wednesday, hopefully, will be my lore video. People voted, which is cool, so I'm going to go ahead and go with the one they voted for. Luckily, I have a 3-day weekend, so I should get some stuff recorded and get thrown down. Friday, I may post stuff, I may not. Friday's also kind of a crazy day. But other than that, yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow, and then I'll also be streaming next week, Saturday and Sundays. Barring any more storms. Like I said, there's a tropical storm brewing, but it's just a tropical storm. I don't think it's going to turn into a hurricane, but we are going to get tons of rain, and my area floods. So hopefully I don't lose power. All of our emergency responders for my state are currently up in other states helping out people who took a lot more damage than we did, which I'm happy to hear that. But we don't have a lot of first responders in our area, so that's the downside. We don't have a hurricane response team. So if it floods, I may lose power, so just bear with me there. I always try and get the message out if I can. But overall, like I said, I think it was a super cool stream. I got my stuff in from Warlord Games. I always recommend it. For those of you who live in America, I know the shipping can be kind of rough, and the prices on the website are a little bit higher than what you get on Amazon. I'm not always the guy saying you have to buy from the source, stuff like that, but Warlord Games is generally pretty good. And you purchase from them. I tested it, and it turned out being true. They threw in a free sprue. I don't know if it's randomized or if they take a look at what you're ordering. I'm not sure. I got a full German sprue, which is awesome because there's all sorts of cool bits I can use for my Schreckwolfen and other models, so I'm super excited about that. I looked at the bits and I was like, oh hell yeah, there's some awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm hoping we don't lose power either. The only thing that's rough is losing AC. So we are both still veterans, but we do have 2 dogs, so keeping the dogs cool can kind of be a pain in the ass. But like I said, we just pop battery-powered fans to keep all the doors open. We've both been deployed in countries all over the world with no power, no AC, so we've been through that before. But that's the only downside of losing power, is losing the AC, honestly. Luckily, we don't need any kind of medication, need refrigeration or anything like that, so we're fine. We don't do a generator, because sometimes it can be more trouble than they're worth, and a little bit more dangerous sometimes too as well. But yeah, getting back to it, those Warlord kits are pretty cool. I say they threw in a free sprue. Good value. Luckily, I have the rulebook coming in, so if you guys have any questions, let's get my rulebook. I've had to answer any questions about that, about bolt action. Just working on this bolt action list. It's been a lot of fun. Like I said, we've been working on this tank. Just adding on some extra bits. Like, so I was actually able to get 2 packs of these guys, of these metal people. I didn't know that this guy was the exact same guy in plastic that they had. That's kind of sad. I'm a little sad about that. So just a heads up, if you buy the metal tank crew for the Japanese, this guy is the exact same as the plastic mold. Little sad. It's alright. This dude looked cool. We may keep his helmet, we may replace it, I'm not sure. Definitely gonna put a katana in his hand. And I'm super liking E4 Yakuza over here instead of E4 Mafia. It's hard to see. Hold on, because the light. Let's see if I can turn down the light a little bit so it doesn't reflect everything. There we go. Maybe it looks better. You can kind of see now the lights isn't like harshing off them. You can kind of see what it looks like. All right. Yeah, so that guy should be fun to build. So we have all sorts of different like kits and crewmen to kind of put on our tanks once we figure out kind of what we want, how we want it. I'm sure we'll start kit bashing more and more stuff on the tank. Like, we're not gonna go like full tank girl with the tanks, but we'll start putting all sorts of fun stuff on these tanks. I feel like after a while we're gonna start, strapping like swords to the side and shit like that, trying to make it look all cool. It should be fun. But other than that, I can't tell you guys enough how good it is to be back. Super chill. I think the 4 hours aren't too long. There's plenty to talk about, plenty of shit to build, so that works out there. But I think we're gonna call it for tonight. If that's alright with you guys. Like I said, we got 1 tank mostly built. I'll finish the details on it tomorrow, and we'll start a whole new one tomorrow. Definition of insanity style. one of the big things, if you guys are at work or headed into work, you know, or if you guys are headed to bed, actually, you know, because I know it's kind of late, hope you guys get a great sleep. One of the most important things to be relaxed enough to get some sleep. If you guys are at work, you know, I hope you have a great day at work, because you've definitely earned it. I hope things go your way. And if you guys are just waking up, man, I hope you have a great day ahead of you. And I hope you're able to relax, because I feel like that's the ultimate thing. If you're able to really kind of slow down, you know, take that deep breath, kind of see things for what they are, and just kind of look past it and take the extra moment to relax, I feel like that really kind of helps makes the day worth it. Hopefully it's the weekend, so it's a day off for you. But the biggest thing is I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and ultimately, don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Soldiers on wooden sand, type 30 rifles in hand, hula gals with sunburned smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadow dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons, not to find in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. And hula tunes, Tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.